Yeah, so first we will understand the overview of the product, the platform of APG, and we will
Mm-hmm.
try to see what exactly is APG, where does it fit in. So, in order to first understand APG, let's see how the yeah. All right. Yeah. So in any big enterprise, we have a lot of different systems. So they maintain their own set of records. So you have data lake, data warehouse, databases. In there can be a number of databases. There will be service-oriented architecture, or as we call them, the web services. Lot of different services, web services, and all those stuff. Okay, and then we have CRM, ERP, all kind of things. Okay, and then so usually what happens, in order to make these different systems talk to each other, uh, in order to enable their communication, so that CRP can talk to database, or data warehouse can talk to yeah, database or CRM or whatever, in order enable them to communicate data. Usually we have ESB layer or integration layers. Okay, and so those integration platforms, so there are like platforms like MuleSoft is one such ESB. IBM ESB is there, Oracle has ESB, all the big I mean there are different ESBs available, or integration platforms available. Okay, from different yeah, enterprises, big companies and all, they provide all these integration platforms. And these integration platform, what they do is they make sure different systems are able to talk to each other. Okay, they will do the all kind of data conversion, transformations, all kind of thing. Okay, and enable the communication basically. Okay, now this thing works perfectly all right, as long as your data is within your network. So within your boundary, within your network, then it works perfectly fine. Okay, now the problem comes when you have to make sure this data or these feature that you have, right, feature or data is available to outside of your network. Okay, to the outside world. Okay, so now every day, nowadays everyone, like, is going digital. When you say going digital means, they are having lot of different kind of applications. You can say some mobile apps are there, tabs are there, even all kind of smart devices now we have, right? We call it Internet of Things, IoT. I don't know if you are familiar with the term IoT or Internet of Things or
Yeah,
not.
yeah, I heard. Yep.
Right, so that's all kind of, because of IoT, now every device becomes a smart device, right? Home appliances, kitchen things, even the smart home, all kind of things, smart watches, every kind of every thing is now smart. So basically, so there are all the apps which are there to control all kind of things. So there are different apps for different things, and these apps can be either for your end customer. These apps can be even for your own employees also, or they can be partner systems. So there can be partner apps. So all kind of apps. So now everyone wants to build all kind of fancy apps. Okay, now because of this, now the requirement is there to expose your feature, whatever feature you used to have inside. So all the you can say functions, method, whatever, all the features, that were there inside your system to, now you need to expose this to outside of your network, so to outside world. And that can only happen through APIs. What exactly is API? In simple terms,
Okay,
any kind
okay.
of programming.
One question. So you said this ESB or integration layer, this is inside a company's network, wherein if they want to communicate between one system to another, right? But
Correct.
when it is going to digital, where example different applications are getting connected, uh, getting connected in the sense, for example, this apps, what you said, okay, they want to connect to what you mean,
The
outside of
systems.
the system want to get connected to inside of the network, that's what you're trying to say.
Correct.
But
Yes,
okay, so
correct.
this apps wants to get connected to these systems which are mentioned in ESB or integration layer, that's what you're trying to say, right? As a
Correct.
database which is there, the apps want to connect to this database, so now that is being connected through API, correct?
Correct. So that's why, so
Okay,
there is a need of API. So what happens?
okay.
API basically any program that you have built,
Hmm.
any kind of programming logic that you have, you make it available over the internet. So there will be URL. Okay, using the URL, anyone should
Hmm.
be able to call that. Okay, so there should be
Okay.
domain name, base path, whatever, and then obviously apart from URL, obviously there will be parameter. They should be able to send data from their side, and then API will provide them the response in the data, something like that. Okay, so there should
Hmm.
be, yeah. So some data will come from the, yeah, app. It can be not just a mobile app; it can be web application also, right? It
Yeah,
can be
yeah.
web
Anything.
application,
Yeah, yeah.
any kind of device, anything. Okay, so that is what.
Okay.
So okay, so this is, so now the requirement is there to make sure whatever data is there inside, okay, and whatever features which are exposed inside to internal systems, those features and all should be available to outside world, so that anything which
Hmm.
is outside of your domain, or sorry, your network, should be able to connect. Okay, they should be able to connect, they
Hmm.
should be able to send data from outside world to inside, from inside world to outside, right? So all these things. Now thing is that if you want to build any such system, okay, usually in the big enterprises the pace of change is very slow. Okay, so you take a decision, by the time you decision and then you make it, you makes a system available, that system should be able to facilitate that kind of communication and all those stuff. Those kind of systems can take many months or a year from the conceptualization, from the day you conceptualize till you make it, the make the system available live in production. Okay, that can become, that can take a lot of time. Okay, where in the app side, in the apps, people can build all the apps within few days or few weeks. Within few weeks, people can build all the apps very quickly. Within few weeks, you can make it live to Google or Google Play Store, or and this in Apple Store or whatever, right? Any kind of thing. Okay, so these apps, in the app side, the changes happen very fast. Okay, and on the enterprise level, the changes are very slow. Okay, so if you build a system which will make sure the systems are available, all the features or, data is available to outside world. So uh, developing that kind of system or building that framework, okay, will take a lot of time. By the time your competitor might already make these things available, and and they can get an advantage over you, correct? So they will get a big user base and they will get advantage and all this. Usually when we want to, expose the data to outside world or feature out to outside of your network, okay, there are five main things which are very important. The first and most important thing is security, right? You make anything available on publicly, people are going to hack, correct? Especially for a big enterprise, right? So there are a lot of people, thousands or millions of people who are going to try to hack your data systems. Okay, so you have to make sure, the first, the data is the data that you are exposing, data features and all, that is secure. It is, I mean, no one can hack it. That is another thing. And then also, when your data is available and people are building apps, sometimes those apps can be, what you say, they can become popular overnight, as you know, right? So for example, someone has built a very nice app. That app, for like a couple of weeks, it is only thousands of users. After a few weeks, there can be suddenly millions of users, right? So there can be, a lot of downloads and there can be millions of users. So
Yeah,
your
scalable.
system, yeah, so your system should be able to scale up to meet the demands, right? So there can be like, sometimes you might have thousands of requests, sorry, yeah, thousands of requests in 1 hour. it,
Hmm.
it can be hundreds of thousands in 1 hour, correct? It can go
Hmm.
grow
Hmm.
exponentially. So your
Right.
system should be able to handle to that much amount of traffic, right? So the
Hmm.
traffic will be increasing accordingly, correct? So you should be able to
Hmm.
scale up, meet those demands. And apart from that, you should be able to manage, because what kind of data is coming from outside world to inside. Okay, which kind of data is going from inside to outside. Okay, and which are the features that you want to expose, and how, if you expose any API, you make sure an API is available for something. Then you should be able to upgrade, upgrade the API. Or later on, if the old APIs, you should be able to decommission, those kind of things. So manage every aspect of the data and APIs. Okay,
Hmm.
apart from that, so now you can see here, uh, anything that comes out of, I mean, out from outside to the inside will be going through this framework, correct? This layer or
Hmm.
this framework. So that becomes a single source of truth for all the data that comes inside your system or that goes outside of your system. Okay, So you should be able to get a lot of data. You should be able to analyze that traffic, okay, get the traffic data, analyze data, create a lot of meaningful graphs and charts, there can be a lot of meaningful information or can be found from here, right? So you should be able to
mm,
create all kind of different graphs and charts, reports and all, and take informed decisions, okay? So you should be able to do the analytics, basically perform the analytics thing, okay, analytics on the data. And also all the systems should be able to provide a single connected experience. When I say connected experience means what happens, so for example, if someone is making any change from the mobile app, okay, someone makes a change from mobile app, that change also should be available on the website, okay. So if I make a change from my mobile app, okay, and then, so for example, I use net banking app, right? I'm using a mobile banking app.
mm,
I use a mobile banking app. I just made a
mm,
transaction, right? And then after just few seconds after only, I log into internet banking. I log into internet banking from my laptop. Whatever transaction I have done, that should be immediately reflected there, correct? So that is the whole
mm,
idea, right? That is what is meant by
mm,
connected experience. It should not be like for 30 minutes it is not showing up anything, correct? Like
mm,
this.
mm.
Whatever information is there on channel one, it should be same across all the channels, okay? And also
Okay.
there should be a common standard using which all kind of different channels or different consumer, different type of consumer, different channels should be able to you know consume the data or consume the APIs, okay? We call them
Mm,
REST standard, okay? We call them REST because that is the common standard using HTTP protocol. We'll cover REST also, okay? But just for just for this understanding purpose, so we have a common standard called REST. Using the REST standards, all different kind of systems, it can be mobile app, it can be web app, it can be smart application, whatever, they can make a call to our system using our APIs, and they can consume the data, okay? And they will because the data is coming through this channel, this is like a common framework, correct? This is a common layer. Because this
mhm.
layer is going to be common, so any kind of update or anything, update or retrieval, whatever, will be reflected immediately, okay? Like this. So that is, so yeah, so all these kind of things, these things are the most important when you are trying to yeah, create a framework or creating a layer which will allow your features to be exposed in a API to outside world, okay? So these are the important most thing. And this is what Apigee Edge provides, or APGX, same thing, right? So
Mm,
this is APGX, but APGX the same thing, right? The product. So this is what Apigee provides. Okay. So
mm,
Apigee comes inbuilt with all kind of things. So security. Now remember one thing, Apigee is a API management platform or API gateway. Okay, gateway or management
mm.
platform we call it. Okay, Apigee is not the end system, right? So for your consumers,
Yeah,
they will call APG. It is a middleware, right? Basically, it is a middleware.
correct.
It's not the
Mm,
end thing. So APG will need a backend system or backend service. Okay. So so that's why APG will fit. So you already have a framework ready where internal integration platforms and all those are there and all those stuff. APG will sit on top of that. Okay. So you must be having a backend system available. Okay, which can be the backend of APG. So APG will only put it. You put APG there. Okay, and provide all those five features that we added. So APG provides all those five features out of box. So that way, when you want to create any API, okay, or make any feature available to your consumer, it can be done very quickly, very fast. Okay, so that way your speed of innovation will increase. Okay, so APG provides all the framework ready. So just whatever API you want to discuss within few days or few weeks itself, you can get your all your APIs available to consumption. Okay, in consumer can start consuming, and APG is distributed by default. As a design itself, APG is distributed. So if you are installing APG anywhere, APG installation comes in such a way that you can install APG to a single server or to 10 server. Okay, it can be like this. So APG can scale up easily. Okay, and because APG is distributed and the runtime traffic also is distributed, so if even if one server goes down, even if one server goes down, other servers will be available and they can serve the traffic. Okay, so that way your data, mission critical data, is safe. Okay. Now we also have a concept called digital value chain. Okay,
mhm,
so this is more like a marketing term with APG people use. Okay, So basically, what happens in any big enterprise, right? Any big enterprise and all, on the database layer, lot of time, a lot of meaningful data is just sitting in the database, right? So they will have a lot of databases and everything, and a lot of time, in big enterprises, meaningful data is just sitting idle there. Okay. Now what happens? Management sometimes uh, sees that management sees, okay, we are having this data. Okay, this is I mean, we can do something with this data. They will think, okay, we have this data which is just lying just idle here. Let's build some logic over this data, build some feature, and utilize this data, and make it available as an API. Okay, so they will see this is data. So they will think, let's, I mean, expose some feature using this data. This data can be really useful. So let's create something, add some business logic, and make it available as an API. Okay, so management decides, okay, let's do that. Then what they will do is they will create one API team. Okay, so this API team, okay, it will build API in a traditional programming language. It can be Java, it can be .NET, it can be Python, any traditional programming language they will use. Okay, so Node.js, whatever. So any traditional language in this programming, in this traditional platform, they will talk to backend. Okay, the database, whatever, you will talk to the data source or database, add the business logic. It will take care of functional requirements. So it will take care of functional requirements, perform some logic, apply business logic, and then this API will be available. So they will build this API using traditional platform, a traditional programming language. Now, next step will be to make it available for consumption to the outside world. Correct. Now, this is where APG comes to picture. So APG does not usually contain the programming logic, the actual business logic, right? So API in APG, they usually take care of non-functional requirements. So most of the time, most of the non-functional requirements are taken care by APG. The functional requirements are usually taken care by the backend APIs. It can be REST API, it can be anything, backend service or backend API. It can be a SOAP API, REST API, whatever. Okay, so it is taken care by those things. Okay, APG will enable these API, whatever logic that we are having, to be accessible to outside world. Okay, by providing security, providing performance, providing fault tolerance, those kind of things, right? So the data is safe, scalability, all kind of thing. So non-functional requirements are mostly taken care by APG here. Okay, so it will now using APG, this API will be available for consumption. Okay, then what happens? This developer, this developer is a front end developer. It can be mobile developer, web developer, anyone who is developing a front end system. Okay, so this is like a consumer. So this developer is basically consumer developer. Okay, so this developer will come. This developer might be building a mobile app. Okay, so developer will register himself here on APG platform. So developer will create his account. Developer will then also register his application. So there will be a registration form kind of thing. So they will register the information. Okay, this is my app, I'm building this app and everything information. And then APG will generate one client ID, client secret. Okay, a key and secret for the app. So APG will generate an app key and app secret, and then using that, developer will build the mobile app, developer will call the APIs. Okay, and then get the response, anything. So obviously when you make a API call, obviously the data mostly we do is in JSON, the JSON format. So they will call the APG URL, they will send the data in JSON format, APG will provide response in JSON format. Now this app will add the presentation logic, right? In nice CSS, HTML, whatever, and everything. So they will use the very nice UI, everything, to display the data in a very nice UI format. And eventually that app will be used by a customer. That customer can be a non-technical person. It can be lawyer, it can be anyone, a lawyer, farmer, doctor, anything, teacher, any kind of this thing. Okay, so that customer can be anything. Okay, so usually so now you can see different platforms. So here, from this database to delivering value to this customer, right? From generating from database to that delivering final value to the customer, there are different systems available, and they are forming a chain to deliver a digital value, right? The API team will add certain value, this API gateway is enabling it. So this is enabler of digital value chain, right? To make sure this API is available to consumption, then developer comes, app will have. So all of them will add a value. Finally, it will form a chain to deliver a value to the customer, right? So we call it a
Okay.
digital value chain.
Okay, so APG is what you're saying uh, is an API gateway, right?
Correct. So yeah, this is what we do. And a very good example of a digital value chain. I already gave you one example of the transfer data, money transfer, correct? In the using mobile banking and then net banking. Same another
Mm-hmm.
very good example is like your Facebook, right? Just upload a pic on your Facebook on your using mobile, and just at the same instance, if you log in from your laptop, you will see whatever picture here that you uploaded, that picture is visible there, correct? So that kind of thing. That is what we call it connected experience, or call it a digital, platforms and everything. Okay. Sorry. So now APG, the main services of APG can be categorized into these four categories. What are the things that system APG provides? It is regardless of this thing, APG Edge, APGX, both of them, they have the same thing. Okay. So first category is developer ecosystem. So for that, APG, uh, actually previously APG used to provide their own developer portal also, which was built in Drupal. Nowadays, APG provides a API portal which has some limited capabilities. Okay, but yeah, for developer ecosystem, APG provides you ability to create API catalog. Okay, you can call APIs to get a catalog. You can create your client SDKs. Okay, you can build API product. We will cover this API product as a separate topic altogether. But for the current, just for the understanding purpose, you can understand. So basically, like combining the APIs and offering them as a bundling bundling multiple APIs, offering them as a single entity to the developer. Okay, so that
Okay.
developer will subscribe to product. All the APIs which are part of that product will be subscribed automatically. Okay, so for example, you have payment API and SMS API. You don't have to subscribe to two different APIs. Correct? You can create one product and the product can be subscribed like this. Okay.
Mhm.
So that APG has this facility. APG provides API monetization. So APG has a module called monetization. Usually it is not part of the standard APG license. You have to pay additional money for monetization license. Okay, but API monetization, you can, yeah, as the name says, you can generate revenue through your APIs. So there are many APIs like Twilio. I don't know. Have you heard the name of Twilio?
Yeah, I heard.
Twilio. So Twilio, their whole thing is, their whole economy is API only. So they provide SMS API, email API. Okay. So using SMS, when you want to send SMS, you can use Twilio. You can subscribe to the Twilio packages for SMS package and all. Call their APIs, and that's it. The same way. So if you want to generate revenue through your APIs, you can do that. A lot of payment gateways, right? So they provide APIs for payment gateway and all those stuff. You can generate revenue using them. Okay, so like this. So if you have APIs where you can generate revenue, you can uh, yeah, you can use API monetization. So APG provides that module of monetization where you can create your monetized packaging and everything. Okay. Apart from that, you can do API marketplace, like a single platform for publishing all your APIs. So regardless of this thing, so all your APIs from different departments, everything can be published using APG. Okay, and then anyone who comes to consume your API can find all your APIs at a single place, and then start integration, start building the applications, registering application, and get the client ID, client secret, and start consuming. Okay. So all these are coming up. So all these facilities are there, which are part of the developer ecosystem. Then analytics. So see APG, because it is API gateway, that is a single entry point for all your consumers, right? So anything that comes inside your system will come via APG. Okay. So APG will have millions of consumer, correct? There can be millions of client, and there can be hundreds of backends, right? Different backend system, there can be hundreds, but APG layer will be common. Okay, so that APG layer, because all the data comes from outside world through APG, all the data that goes outside from inside, from your to outside world, will be going via APG, right? So APG becomes a single source of truth. Okay, to provide you a clear information on what is coming inside, what is going outside. Okay, which kind of consumers are calling, what kind of apps are calling, which developers are calling, which apps are calling, which kind of user geographic location, everything, what backends are getting called, how much time they are taking, how much time is being consumed on APG, how much time is consumed on the backend, all kind of different reports, different graphs and charts you can build using APG. Okay, so there can be so you can build your reports and graphs and chart for different kind of stakeholders. So one for developer engagement metrics, so related to developers you can build lot of reports related to developers. For business purpose you can build a lot of reports. You can build reports for operations team and everything. A whole API program matrix you can build, and you can also do the API monitoring and alerting based on this analytics data. Okay, so all kind of things you can do in APG. Okay, so analytics yeah comes out of box with APG. You don't have to do anything. So there are many reports which are given to you by APG, and you can create your own custom reports also. It is all supported. Okay, so analytics is it is very underrated, but it is very useful feature that APG provides. Okay, and nowadays when we are talking about data and everything, analytics and all, so that becomes very important because a lot of data will be there in APG. That data can be used even now if someone want to use any kind of AI tool or something to analyze the data. APG can provide that kind of data to be analyzed. Okay. And now after that we have a mediation engine basically is the main processing part of APG. So the main data processing or request or response processing, that all comes in the mediation engine. So the main features so far is you provide security, that is there in APG. So transformation, APG provides extensions, so like you can add your custom code also. If you want to add a custom code, you can do add custom coding also. Also you can integrate with some other cloud services, we will see. So there are some ready-made cloud services in APGX. They have added more extensions compared to Apigee Edge. In Apigee Edge there are only few selected services of GCP, AWS, and Salesforce and all are there. In APGX now there are extensions for a lot more features. Okay, so this is something that APG has now done a lot more in APGX compared to Apigee Edge. Okay, apart from that you can do orchestration. So orchestration means calling more than one API in a single API call. So client will call APG once, but in the same API flow, APG can call multiple different APIs, backend APIs, for example. Okay, to combine the data, provide the process the response, provide a combined response to the consumer. So consumer doesn't have to call multiple APIs. APG can take care of that. So make it more simple for consumer. So consumer will call APG only once. APG internally will call multiple APIs and combine the response.
This
That kind of.
orchestration, can you uh, show me in a separate page only orchestration with the diagram how it's happening?
We will cover this. We already have in subsequent slides and all. We will cover this, so
Okay,
don't worry
okay,
about
all
it.
right.
There will be
Yeah,
diagram in the
okay.
subsequent.
Yeah,
This is
because
just
you're going very fast, right? I'm just trying to, I'm understanding, but it's too fast to grasp, right? So
this is just the
that's the
introduction of
reason.
the thing. Don't worry. All these
Yeah,
things
yeah,
that we are
okay.
doing here, okay. For each of them, they
Okay,
are going to be multiple slides. Okay, we will spend many
okay.
hours with each single of
Okay.
these, because this is just to get
Okay.
you familiar with the term. So don't worry. Even if you don't
Yeah, yeah.
understand how it works now, at least you understand, okay, this is what it does and all this. Okay, even
Okay, okay. Fine.
mean is getting familiar with the term. Okay, orchestration is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
separate topic altogether. All there are a lot of diagrams available and everything. We will cover this also in the detail. Okay, even everything,
Okay.
the security itself is a chapter number whole. Chapter 5 is all about security only. So that's what. So
Mm,
this is just to give an idea of what exactly APG does. So this is like very high level. So you don't, even if you don't understand something in depth, okay, at least you get familiar with the term. Right now the main aim is like just get familiar with the term, what exactly is there, and we will cover this thing, everything in detail later on. Okay,
mm.
so we have multiple slides for them. Okay,
Okay.
yeah. So basically, yeah. So basically, so APG provides orchestration, basically calling multiple services, providing the responses. Okay. And then we have API abuse prevention. So API abuse prevention basically, so make sure that unauthorized access and all those stuff, right? Those are not there. So again, so those kind of things APG makes sure. Okay. So these are the main things which are done as part of the mediation engine. Okay. Now next is the API runtime. So API runtime is basically what are the different flavors of APG. Okay. So one flavor is called so we call it enterprise gateway. So APG has multiple things. One is which is completely hosted by APG. So in APG customer where they don't have to install APG, okay, everything is hosted by APG. Everything is hosted by Google Cloud or APG. Okay, that is APG X. Okay, and APG public cloud, APG Edge public cloud. Okay, we call it public cloud version because it is hosted by APG only. Okay, so okay, so that is so there you don't have to do any installation. You just have to use APG. Okay, so use APG, you will have dashboard and everything. You will build your APIs, everything, and you can do some part of one part, only some part of the administration. Okay, some part of the administration. So you don't have to host anything, you don't have to install anything. Okay, that is the APG APG public cloud. And there is one thing where APG provides you the complete software. Okay, APG provides you complete software. You install the APG software on your own premises. We call APG, call it OPDK, on premise development kit. Okay, OPDK, or we also call it private cloud. Okay, so private cloud is basically when everything is installed on the cloud of the client. So APG customer, whoever has got the APG license, they provide all their virtual machines, everything, and APG is installed on their VMs and it is provided there. Okay, so that is APG private cloud. So APG X, okay, which is hosted by Google, APG Edge public cloud, which is hosted by APG, and you can do only thing, and APG private cloud. All these three things are part of are called enterprise gateway. All of these things are part of the enterprise gateway. Okay, because this is the enterprise level gateway where you are getting the full features of the APG platform. Okay, then there is something called hybrid. So hybrid is basically some part of APG is hosted by the APG. Okay, it is by Google Cloud. So some part of APG is hosted by Google Cloud or basically APG, and some part is hosted by the APG customer. So only few things will be installed on the customer side. Basically the runtime traffic. Okay, so runtime data is managed by APG customer, but the platform management and everything, controlling of platform, that is by Google Cloud. So it is like a hybrid. So we call it hybrid. Here it is a multi-cloud architecture. Okay, so because some part is by Google Cloud, some part is by the client, so it is called hybrid gateway. Okay, so that is one of the offerings of APG. Okay, then so these two are like when you get a license, you will either get an enterprise license or hybrid license. Okay, other three that you see here, micro gateway, adapter, and hosted target, these are only the features. Okay, only one part of APG. You don't need to buy license of these three. So these are only Node.js based platform. So these are the micro gateway is like a Node.js based tool. So you can install your APG micro gateway, but you have to combine it with your APG Edge subscription. So either you need to have APG enterprise gateway, either you it should be APG public cloud, or it can be on your private cloud. Okay, so you need to buy that license, and apart from that you can install this micro gateway, which is a node, nothing but a simple Node.js based module. In the Node.js module, it only provides some very limited capabilities. You can do some little bit of OAuth security, some quota and rate limiting, throttling, only 2-3 things. Okay, it cannot do much. Okay, so this is like if you don't want the full gateway feature, if you want limited feature, and you want your consumer is also within your network, your backend is also in your network, and you want to apply a gateway feature there, so in a very specific use case. So APG provides micro gateway, which is nothing but a Node.js based platform. Like micro gateway and Istio adapter, these are same thing. So micro gateway talks to a backend system, Istio adapter talks to Istio. So Istio is a microservices platform. Okay, or now Istio is discontinued. We call it Envoy, ENVOI. There is Envoy platform. So I'm not sure if your team might be using, because I have never used this at all. Okay, and I have not seen anyone use this. So basically, there is a microservices. Before microservices, you want to apply some gateway feature, and your customer also is from your inside the network. So your client is inside your network, and you have a microservices platform, and you want to apply some limited APG features. Okay, like as I said, OAuth and some rate limiting. Then you can use this micro gateway, or you can use this adapter, APG Envoy adapter. They are nothing but a Node.js based platform. Okay.
Okay.
A hosted target is actually discontinued. You might not need this because APGX does not have it. It was this feature is only available on Apigee Edge public cloud version. It is not even in the private cloud. So I think you can ignore that. But this was just manage. So in APG previous, so APG used to allow to host your Node.js code. So if you have written a Node.js code, you want to host it on APG. APG you can host it on APG, and APG will call this Node.js as a target or as a backend. So like this was feature, but now it is not continued anymore. In future, it is going to be anyways in APG public cloud only. It is there in hybrid APGX, APG private cloud. Everywhere it is now retired. So you might not even need to worry about all this. Okay. So these are different runtimes available. Now this is the logical components of APG. So this it is going to be same in Apigee Edge, APGX. These components are going to be same. Okay. So even though it is mentioned Apigee Edge, the same way is there. So in APG, the main component is called gateway component. In gateway, there are two parts. One is called router, another one is called message processor (MP). Okay. So router is just basically just an Nginx server. Okay. So Nginx is like a web server, like Apache web server you might have heard, right? Apache, Nginx, these are very common web servers. So APG router is built on using Nginx. This is clear, or in case you have any doubt or anything, please feel free to ask anything. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'll ask if anything. Yeah.
Sure. So this is when the request comes. Okay, when anyone makes a call will come to router. Router is built in nothing but Nginx. Okay, it is using Nginx platform. Nginx, it will receive the request and it will route. It will not do anything. It will receive the request. It will route to message processor (MP). MP is the main APG part. MP or message processor is the main APG component. This is where all your proxy code, whatever code we write, right? Proxy code or configuration, whatever you call, everything is executed in the message processor (MP). Okay, it is executed here. So this is the main processing engine. So from MP, then from message processor, obviously you will call some backend service, correct? You will call some backend service. So MP will then call the backend service. Actually, call goes from message processor to the backend service. Then and the response comes. Now here, Cassandra is the main platform database. The APG as a platform, the database of APG platform is Cassandra. Okay. The reason, because Cassandra is distributed by nature. So even if Cassandra comes in node of 333 kind of thing. So when you install Cassandra, you install Cassandra on 3 servers, either 3 or 6 or 9. So Cassandra comes in the grouping of 3 kind of thing. Okay. So because of that, even if one Cassandra goes down, other 2 Cassandra servers are up like this. Okay. So that is the reason why, because APG is distributed by nature, APG uses Cassandra as a database. All your proxy code that we upload, okay, whenever we have to upload the proxy code on APG, that is the same APG code that is stored in Cassandra only. All the consumer OAuth tokens, API keys, client applications, developer details, app details, everything. Okay, all the key value map data, all the data that is there, that is stored in Cassandra only. Okay, so Cassandra. So router, MP, and Cassandra. Okay, these three are also known as API runtime, because only these three components are utilized during the API call in the runtime. Okay, and these three are also known as critical path. So we use two terms, either critical path or API runtime, because these three are need to be up. If one of these three goes down, okay, if one of these three go down, there can be problem. Okay, so because of that reason, when we are installing APG, or when APG is set up, when someone does the APG setup and all, they always use more than one router. Okay, minimum 2 routers and minimum of 2 message processor. And Cassandra anyways by default comes in 3, so there are minimum 3 Cassandra. So you install router MP and Cassandra in more than one systems. Okay, they are as a more than one system. Okay, so that even if one goes down, other is up. Okay, so we make sure these are in, we call it HA mode, high availability. These three should be available in the high availability HA mode. Okay, so these three are, yeah, API runtime, we call it API runtime, or we have critical path. So these three should be up. At least one of, I mean, at least one server of these three should be up. For Cassandra, there should be two server. If the Cassandra, if one goes down, two should be up.
Just to inform, I am already AWS certified. I've already worked with AWS cloud, so I
Oh,
know those things. So don't worry about that. Yeah.
okay, then it is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's so yeah. Okay. So now, so these three are like critical paths. Then what happens in APG when the request comes, right? So when APG comes, when request come to message processor, when the request comes to MP will dump the data in the Cupid, Apache Cupid. Okay. So Apache Cupid is the queue system. APG uses Apache Cupid as a queue. So MP will dump the data in Apache Cupid. So here we have mentioned analytics services. Analytics has
Uh-huh.
multiple. Okay, so first the data will come to Cupid. Okay, then what APG does is APG has a Java based program. APG has a Java based program, we call it Cupid server. The Cupid server will read data from Cupid, okay, and put the data in your Postgres. Okay, so then APG will read data from Cupid. Sorry, the uh, Cupid server will read data from Cupid, put it in the Postgres. So Postgres is the database of analytics. Okay, so
Okay.
analytics, all the analytics data is stored in Postgres. Then there is another server called Postgres server. It is again built by APG, Java based complete. So internally APG is completely in Java. Okay, anything that APG has built, they have built in Java only. So Postgres server, it will read data from Postgres. It will then format the data, because when you are putting data in the Postgres, first time it will go as a raw format. It will put in the raw format. Then now Postgres server will read the data from Postgres. It will do the formatting and then put it back in the different tables. Okay, so all the analytics data will go in the Postgres. So Cassandra is the platform database, APG platform, and Postgres is the analytics database. Okay. Now then, every APG component, every APG platform, the whole APG platform itself is available as a API. So any kind of administration, any kind of adding the server, removing server, adding any entry in the Cassandra, adding anything or reading anything from your analytics, whatever, any kind of activity that you want to do. Okay, APG does not give you direct access. Okay, obviously if you are expert in Cassandra and you can log in and run the query, that is different one. But in APG, all kind of access to every component, everything is done using admin level APIs. We call them management APIs. Okay, so this is all built in Java only. These management APIs are built in Java. Any kind of admin activity that you want to do, any kind of admin activity, it is all performed using this management API. Okay, so basically the whole platform of APG comes as an API. Okay, so this is like a platform level APIs. Okay, so here, and then on top of it, APG has built a UI in Play framework. So in APGX, APGS, that UI is same. Okay, it is built in Play framework. So from where you can see all the nice, in a nice presentable way, you can do the dashboard, basically APG dashboard, which is there. Okay, from there you can click on button, it will create proxy, click on button, you can do this all kind of thing. So this is all built in Play framework. We call it APG Edge UI or Enterprise UI, we call it that. Okay, so this UI does not have any logic internally. Whenever you click on button or do anything, it will call your management API. Management API will do that activity, get the response, and this UI will provide you the status. Okay, and then we have the portal. So this developer portal, again, so portal also will call management API only. Through management API only, it will get the list of developers, list of applications, or create app, or publish anything. So portal also, so API portal also will call the management API. So any kind of admin activities on platform, it is all done using management API. Okay,
Okay.
so
And
this
do
is all
we
the.
have any documentation or any other summary on the logical components?
Sure. So basically, you can find everything in the docs.ap.com. Yeah. But from APGX point of view, if you're thinking from APGX point of view, you don't have to worry about all these because APGX, like APG public cloud, is hosted by APG. Okay, so you don't have to worry about all these internal things and all those stuff. But yeah, it is like a nice to know thing, right? Good to know,
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
that architecture kind of thing. Yeah, because APGX also is the same thing. Okay,
Yeah, okay.
so
So
anyways,
I
that's
had this. I'm just want to clear this logic. So APG is a SaaS, right? Is
correct.
provided as a SaaS, correct? So these components which you are saying, so these all must be again hosted in cloud, right? So this
Google Cloud.
Cassandra, the
Yes,
so
yes,
everything is on Google Cloud, right? Google Cloud, right? All
correct.
this.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So hybrid, as you
For
can see,
hybrid, you said that few should be hosted by Google Cloud and few by the enterprise. They would be
correct.
having it, right?
So what happens? So when I told you about the logical thing, I mentioned these three things, correct? Router, MP,
Yeah,
Cassandra. These three are the
correct.
runtime. Right? So during
Mm-hmm.
runtime, these three are the only components which are involved. These are the critical path. This is where the meaningful processing and all happens, right? So these three should be up. So what happens? So these three take part in runtime data. Others are there, but they are not like a runtime, not essential to the runtime, correct? These three are
Mm-hmm.
essential to the runtime. So what happens? What APG has done is APG has created Kubernetes clusters, okay, for all three, for router, for MP, and for Cassandra. Okay, so APG creates APG has created cluster for all three, and APG will give the Kubernetes cluster to the customer. Okay, so APG customer will uh, host that Kubernetes cluster within their system because API runtime happens there. So the main reason of hybrid is that some of the banking platforms and everything, especially in the financial sector and all those stuff, you don't want your runtime data to be going outside, correct? You want the runtime data to be inside your network, okay, so that you can put control. So you don't want the runtime data to be hosted in by some cloud provider because that can be compliance and all those stuff, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So people want to have the more control on data, so that's why API runtime will be within their network, okay. But other things, the management part, you live still do it on APG, okay. So management, server,
Okay.
analytics, all kind of things, those will be in the still be hosted by the APG, okay.
Mm.
So that they yeah so they so that is how now, because it is multi cloud architecture, so they have to make sure there are some ports are open, right? So connectivity is there between GCP to the customer cloud, okay. This thing, or and vice versa, and also this thing, uh, there should be connectivity from the your customer cloud to the uh, Google Cloud GCP services also. So the other things like Google IAM, Google account,
Mm.
BigQuery, Matrix logging, all kind of thing. There is a proper connectivity in place. So connectivity should be there for APG services also, and for the other GCP services also. So these connectivity should be in place. So that is like a prerequisite for this. Okay.
Mm.
So that's
Mm.
why. So that's what they actually, to be honest, what is APGX is nothing but your hybrid within Google Cloud. Okay, that is what that is
Okay.
APGX. Okay, in hybrid. So here APG provides you some part, correct? Some part they have given to hosting. Now, if you don't want to take care of this hosting also, APG provides you that same hosting thing which is given here, and that they call it APGX. There is nothing, no other difference. Okay, it is like a
Mm.
GCP provided multi-cloud kind of thing, but because both are in the GCP, so kind of way. Okay, so that's what
Okay.
it does. Architecture of the hybrid, actually, so they've actually built the hybrid first, and then they what they did, they, yeah, using the same hybrid thing, they created APGX, which is nothing but because if you don't want to provide even a runtime infrastructure, we are providing you the runtime and we put it there. They call it APGX. Okay, architecture of the hybrid and
Okay.
APGX is same. Okay, only thing is that
Okay.
here there is no second cloud. The runtime also is provided by APG, but they are like now in the uh, yeah, Kubernetes cluster of all these things. Okay.
Mm.
So we'll start with API lifecycle, how APG helps maintain the life cycle of an API, how you can manage the whole life cycle. So even the APIs, like any other standard software or program, they have their own life cycle. So they have the phases like design, develop, secure, publish, scale, monitor, analyze, and eventually monetize. So there are different phases for any API. So so these are the different phases how you can so for apg apg enables the whole api lifecycle management. So apg allows the designing, development, security, publishing, scale up, monitoring, analyzing, and eventually monetizing the api. So all these phases that we just covered, apg has provisions for all of them. So it is a complete api lifecycle management platform. So we will see how actually it does that. First part is the API design. So the design part, for designing, APG has inbuilt editor, which is the Open API specs editor. So APG has in built specs editor using which design in YAML or JSON format. On the right side, you will see the same API design in a very nice looking UI. So it is a standard Open API specs editor, which APG supports. And these Open API specs can be then used to used as a material as a what is a reference for the developers to develop the API. They can same then be used as a reference to QA people for creating their QA test cases, and also can be used as a as a reference point for the this thing uh, for what is a consumer. So API consumer who want to consume the API. So these things can be published on the portal. We will cover portal as as well later. We will see the API portals on Apigee and all those stuff. So this can be yes, either shared with the consumer directly through other means, or they can be published on the portal, and from the portal the API consumer or the consumer developers, they can see them and understand the API specification, and accordingly they can proceed with their integration. So this API design is quite useful. So here in Apigee, it has inbuilt editor. Next is the develop part. So in terms of development, in Apigee we have the API development section. So in that on the develop there is API proxies. You can build API proxies in Apigee. So you can add all the resources, create proxies, add resources. You can attach policies with policies in case it is a new term. Policies is like the programming behavior of Apigee. So for every functionality in Apigee, we call it a policy. So policies, we attach policies, we add policies, attach policies on these resources, which will perform any activity. So any kind of activities. We will anyways spend a lot of time going through various set of policies, what they do, and we will do a lot of labs later on. So we'll check that out. So a lot of policies are there. Apigee is quite feature rich in terms of policies. So you can develop all of these things. You can attach policies, manage everything. Then next comes the security. So Apigee has a lot of security policies inside that. So after doing some transformations or calling multiple backends, doing any XML to JSON conversions, or modifying from one kind of JSON to another kind of JSON, doing all those activities can be done in the normal policies. But in one of the main use case of any gateway is to have the security. So that is a very, very important part. So for security, Apigee has the security policies. So Apigee has all the latest security uh, configurations or latest security integrations. So here you can manage traffic quota, do spike arrest, you can do the rate limiting, you can attach a lot of security like basic authentication, XML threat protection, JSON threat protection, and all kind of various security activities you can perform, and you can do that. So we will cover security in depth later on. We will spend a lot of hours and do a lot of labs as well for various security operations. So and then once you are done with the security, you can then publish. Once your API is ready, all the security mechanisms are taken place, then you can publish the API in a standard way. So you can publish the API there. You can make it available on portal. On the portal, anyone who want to consume your API, basically the consumer developers, they can be internal developers to the same organization, or they can be external third-party developers. So they can come, they can see that documentation, they can get a feeling of the live documentation. They can even try some sample API calls from there and get an idea on how to integrate. And then they can even create their own account. They can log in, they can register their applications, they can try with some sample calls after getting the credentials. So the whole developer management is taken care of, the publishing part and onboarding of consumer, managing the developers and all those stuff. So for them also Apigee provides. Next comes the scalability or scaling. So Apigee is distributed by design. So here, based on the requirement, if you know the traffic is increasing, you can scale up by adding the component of Apigee. So you can scale up Apigee component, and when the requirement goes down, you can decommission those instances, you can remove those instances, or you can enable auto scaling as well. So auto scaling on the infra level, then automatically when there is a sudden increase in traffic, then it can scale up and scale down. So in Apigee public cloud version, Apigee team, which is the Apigee product team, they do all these kind of things. But in Apigee private cloud version, which is like hosted on the client, completely hosted by the client, so in Apigee private cloud, they usually don't do it. So they it is done by the private cloud, the company which is owning the platform. So it is done by client of Apigee. So if any Apigee client will that has this license, they will have their own team to manage the Apigee platform. So their own team can do all these things. But it is available. So anyone can, either Apigee team or the internal team, they can do that, not a problem. So they can do the scaling of the components and all. Next is the monitoring. So once the API goes live and all, you have to monitor it, and you have to see what are the traffics coming. Is it a valid traffic or it is not? And what are the different patterns? So what are the fault? If there are any errors or fault coming, then is it done on the client level, or it is done by the APG and everything? So everything can be managed and done easily without any problem. And yeah, so all of those can be managed without any problem with Apigee. It is all inbuilt part of the product, and everything is provided, so you can investigate in case of issues and all those stuff. So you can do the whole monitoring of the APIs. Another one is the analyze. So obviously in most of the time, the way it works is Apigee is the entry point for all the calls which is coming from outside world. So from outside, even outside other components inside the same organization, some other component, they talk through Apigee. So internally, all the systems will be exposed via Apigee. So all the services or features that you have built, all of those are exposed via Apigee. So Apigee is like common layer. So there will be n number of clients, there will be n number of backends, but Apigee layer is going to be common. So this will be a very good place to be the single source of truth for any kind of transactions or the request that is coming on. So in Apigee, you can take care of you can check all the requests which are coming, which clients are calling, which applications are trying to make a call, from which devices the calls are coming, which geography, geolocations, everything you can handle. And you can even go to backend. So on the backend, you can call multiple backends or a single backend. And so all the, so which calls are going to which backend, which are the success calls, how many failures, how much time it is taking, is it due to some complex logic on Apigee, or is the backend is slow, and all those stuff, and total number of calls, how many total APIs are getting consumed, which APIs are performing well, which APIs are not so, and that can be used to generate a lot of meaningful reports. So even for a senior management, they would not understand the technicalities, but they will understand all these things when you present all the reports, graphs and charts to them, that these are number of API calls coming, we are handling that much of traffic, that much successful, that much failure, total number of calls it is, and all those stuff. Internal systems are getting used, a lot of meaningful reports you can build, and you can present it to senior management. And for senior management, that will be something which they will understand. They will realize the how much success is the API program, and it will enable them to take future decisions. So it becomes very useful in that sense. So yeah. And next is the monetization part. So in the monetize, the way it works is, when your API programs become quite mature, so there is when I say mature, it is means it is stable for few years now. For few years, you know that okay, my API program is stable. Everyone is able to onboard. It is working like a well-oiled machine. So I can handle the whole new APIs, decommissioning old APIs, upgrading the version, adding new consumers, and everything works fine. There are the backends are stable, APIs are stable, everything works fine. It becomes like, yeah, as I said, it's a well-oiled machine. Then you can think about trying to generate revenue from your APIs. So you can check and see there are like some of the APIs. So at least, if not all, at least few of the APIs which you see that okay, they are having potential to generate revenue. So because these APIs are able to generate revenue for the consumers, so then I should ask consumers to pay me something because I'm giving them some service. So you can try to monetize APIs. So you can have a like subscription fees or number of API call based fees. Depends on how you want to charge them. You can have charging mechanism. You can then have automated billings as well. So they want to pay the billings, you can take their credit card information, all those stuff, automatically bill them. Or whenever the billing comes up, you can send them reminders and all. You can ask them to bill and all those stuff. So all of those things you can do. And APG comes with APG monetization, and with the help of APG monetization, you can do this revenue generation based on your APIs. So all of these things are available from APG. However, monetization is not like a must-have step. I have not seen that many examples of API monetization or APG monetization. It is useful only when when your company main business is by API. So like you have Twilio, like you have other APIs, Twilios, SendGrid is there. So there are many API companies which are, those companies are based on the APIs they provide and all those stuff. For them, it makes a lot of sense, but not for all of them, because for some of them, APIs are just exposing the services and all those stuff, but not generating for revenue. So it is like a nice to have thing, not a must have. So in those kind of APIs, it is not mandatory, so it's just optional. However, APG has the provision. It is just so in case you want to generate revenue, then also APG is available for you. So that way, so for all these phases of the API lifecycle we saw, so we can keep the wheel going. So once we keep designing new APIs, and we build all the way till monitoring or analyzing, monitoring, and monetizing all of them. So like this, we can keep doing that for multiple APIs. APG has provisions for all the phases. So in a nutshell, so this is what APG does, the how APG manage API lifecycle. If you have any questions or queries, you can ask anytime. So you don't have to wait for like end of the session or something. Feel free to ask anything anytime. So. Now we'll understand the concept of organizations and environment. So in APG, when you register for APG account, when you create APG account and all, APG creates an organization for you. So in a single organization, you can have multiple users, but at least you must be part of one organization. So in APG, you get one organization, and at least minimum one organization for sure. And in a single organization, APG. So for the APG development point of view, organization is a top level entity. So you can share all the resources, all the APIs and everything within the organization, but you cannot do that outside the organization. In case you want to do it anything outside organization, you have to do an export and log into another one and then import kind of this thing. You cannot share like just like that. With just by doing any kind of deployment or moving there. So organization, from a development point of view, organization is a top level entity. So all the documentation, even the access to APIs and portal. So even the portal, when you build a portal, even portal is tied to an organization. So a single API portal cannot be tied to multiple organization in APG. So in APG, every portal will be tied to one organization. So it is a one-to-one mapping between the portal to organization, because the portal will have the documentation and those things are related to an organization. So yeah, and anyway, the customers can have multiple organizations. So if an APG customer comes, and it happens many times that they come with requirements. So they will have one organization which will be non-production and another will be production. So that can happen. However, obviously, I mean, they cannot copy things from production to non-production because they are different environment. So usually they do it via their CI/CD process or export import, and they will use APG management APIs to do all kind of things. So yeah, so they have to do it in a different way. But yeah, they can have multiple organization. Even a single user, you can be part of multiple organization, but at a single time you cannot work on two organization. So either you can work on one, then if you want to be on the second organization, you have to change. So like this. So let me log into Apigee account. So I think it will be better if I show you. So just logging to Apigee Cloud. Here, for example, on the left side. So once I log in, on the left side, in the drop down, just below my name, I am seeing this one. So this is an organization which Apigee creates. Like it is a free organization here, for example. So here APG will create, so I can be part of multiple organizations. So here in the drop down, it will tell me which all the organizations I'm part of. However, at one time, I can only select one. So here I will work on this particular org. I cannot work on multiple organizations at the same time. And yeah, kind of this. So this is the top level entity from a development point of view. So I can do my development and all within that organization only. Yeah. So that is what I mean by yeah, not sharing resources or only working on one organization at a time. So so in organization there are different things, like we have uh, uh, APIs, we have extension, proxies, shared flows, we have access, publishing, management. So these are different components within an organization which we can create and which we can use. We will cover all of them later on anyways. So but within the organization, so within the organization scope, these are the things which APG provides. So you have access keys, tokens, and everything. You have the configuration elements of key value map and all those stuff. So these things are there within the organization. And within the organization, we have environment. So environment is a runtime context. Environment, it is the same thing. So environment is like a release environment or development environment that we call it. So like a runtime context where something can be deployed or something can be called. So if you can, in order to make something available, you deploy, you create an environment, and in the environment you deploy your code or your configuration, and then your consumers can call you call those APIs. So that is what we have in environment. So it is a runtime context for your APIs. So in environments, we have things like for connectivity, we can get things like virtual host. We can create target servers, key store, trust stores. So these are for connectivity. Then we have caches. We can create cache resources, which is for runtime. We have things like extensions, proxies, shared flows. So these are the deployments of these things: deployment of extension, deployment of proxies, deployment of shared flows. Those are done within the environment. Then the configuration elements. So we have seen some configuration elements we can create on the organization level, and some config elements which we can create on the environment level. So APG provides ability to create configuration on either environment or these things. So you can have key value map, you can have flow hooks, you can have resource files and all those stuff. So environment and all those stuff. So you can create all these configuration elements, and these can be used from your proxies. So one thing which I need to be clear is when you create an API, so API name is unique in the organization. So you cannot have the multiple API names there. So API name must be unique, but the deployment of API is done in the environment. So API is created on the organization level. That is the reason we call it like a unique name in the organization. but the deployment of API is done on the environment. In order to call that API, it must be deployed to environment. So deployments are bound to environment, but the proxy name is bound to org. So in the org, your proxy must be unique. So this is what we have from this thing. Now a bit more detail about these things. So organization, we anyway see this is the top level entity. We have with the organization we can provide documentation, access entity, and all those stuff. So we will do this thing. Hello, sorry, there was some disturbance on my side. Yep, some connection problem. Hello, yeah. So we were discussing about the organization. So this is like the top level entity and all. And now we will see what are the components which are available in the organization. So first is the access. So access thing. So APG, in APG you can create users that can log into APG, and in the users you can assign one role or with one role or more than one role. In APG you can have roles. So there are some predefined roles available, and there are some custom roles which you can create. So in so custom roles allow you to do all the fine grain on the control. So wait, let me show it from the here. So here now in the and the top level role for the organization is organization admin role. So that is the top level role. Okay, so here we have the organization admin role. So here we can go in this user, we have administration, you have in the roles, so you have users and roles. So this is how. So in the users I can see which all users I have. So these users are APG users. So these users have access to my APG organization. So right now it's only one user. Okay, then here the top level, at least in every organization there must be one org admin, one organization administrator. So that is the top level role. So at least one person must be having this role. And then in the roles there are some predefined roles. So these are the built-in roles APG has. So you have business user, developer administrator, operations admin, organization admin, and yeah, read-only org admin user. So these are different users which are customer users. So they will have a certain set of roles and privilege. The top level is org admin. So you can have more than one org admin. So that is possible, but at least minimum one org admin should be there. And then you can create your own custom roles. In the custom roles you can define what kind of access to every for here for example you can create a custom role. Here you can define for all the API proxies. Can you create all the API proxies? Can you view them? Can you edit them? Can you delete them? And or if you have built any specific API proxies, you can even control to that specific API proxies. So for this API, am I allowed to add new role, custom role, and all those stuff? And for an environment basis, you can check the deployment status on the environment, on production test, what that person can do. So usually in an enterprise environment, we create custom roles. So that, for example, if someone is a developer, so for a developer, we can give them like a kind of all the access in the dev environment, uh, and we can give them all the access in the QA environment. But we only give them read only access in the SIT environment, for example. So there we can control this thing. So we can get custom roles, custom permissions, and all those stuff. APG allows all of that. With help of these, we can create, and even for generating report, for creating developer application. So here these developers are not APG developers. These are the consumer developer, which is the mobile developer or front end developers who are the consumer of our API. So for okay, are you allowed to create yeah, the consumer developers or not? So yeah. So all these things you can control with the help of roles and users. So from the access, we move into the API. So all the program, all the all the features are exposed to the client in the in the concept known as APIs. So APIs is the way through which we expose any feature or any functionality for the consumer in form of an API. So in the API, we will have multiple resources. So for example, for all the activities related to users, entity will be exposed to the consumer in the user API. We call them a user API. So for users, we will have operations like create user, we will have delete user, we will have update user. Those kind of things are operations or resources for the user. So in the we built APIs. APIs are like a group of resources, and those group of resources do some activities. So in APG, you can build in security, do the orchestration, you can do traffic management policies and all those stuff. And you can even write code in your APG proxies to handle more complex use cases. So APG is quite feature rich in some as compared to some other related platforms. So APG allows a lot of things to be done, and you can do that. And you can combine the policies into a shared flow. So shared flow is like a library file. Consider shared flow as a library. So it is a common reusable configuration or code. So any common logic which you know that it can be shared across multiple proxies, you can put in the shared flow, and then you can call the shared flow. So that's to promote the reusability and follow some standard patterns and everything. So those kind of things you can do in the shared flow. So like proxy, shared flow name must be unique in the organization, but it will be deployed to an environment. In order to consume it or run it, the shared flow must be deployed to environment. And same is for extension. Extensions here are like some GCP services. So APG can call some other GCP services, and now Google Cloud is coming with new and new extensions. So you can even call with AWS services. If I'm not wrong, AWS Lambda and all those stuff. So every month or two or something, they keep building a new extensions. So for example, you can check extensions here. So here in the admin section, there is something called extensions. So as of now, you can see, so these extensions, um, you need to obviously had so in order to have extension, you must be having account in, say, for GCP extension, you should have a GCP credential to call your GCP service, or for AWS, you need to have AWS credential. So you can do that. So here, if you click on add extension, so these are the options available. So for GCP, you can connect to any GCP service. So you can connect to Google Authentication, Google Cloud Function, Google BigQuery,
Hello,
Google Cloud.
Manish.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Manish, please can you go slow bit now? But
Sure.
you are teaching very, very fast.
Okay. Okay.
Please.
Sure. Sure. So here in terms of extensions, so you can connect to any Google cloud platform. So any GCP service. So here, so in GCP Google Cloud, you have a lot of services, as you can see here. You have Cloud Spanner, like Stack Driver, PubSub, machine learning, anything you can connect from your APG proxy to that GCP service. And then there are other extensions, as you can see. So right now there are 4. You can talk to Salesforce from APG. So with help of this Salesforce extension, you can contact talk to Salesforce. You can call to Informatica Integration Cloud. So if it is Informatica, you can call even AWS Lambda function. So right now, so there are 4. You have AWS S3, Amazon S3, and AWS Lambda. So these are also available as an extension, so that you don't have to call them as a normal API, because these AWS services require a lot of complex, what you say, a lot of complex signatures and all those stuff. So all those signatures on everything, those will be a bit complex. So those yeah. So by calling them extension, just provide your credentials, just provide name of the reason, whatever, some 2-3 information. and Apigee will take care of connecting to that particular backend. Internally, it will do all the complex logic for but yeah, for you it is just some credential, some information, and you can call them. So with help of this extension with them, you can call those services and platforms. So these are the things are extensions. So you can create an extension, and then you need to deploy extension to your environment. In order to consume the extension, you should be able to, you should deploy that into environment. So yeah. Yeah. So this is bit on this. So this is actually this is just an overview thing. So we are just getting an overview or getting familiar with the terms. We will have a lot of we will spend a lot of time understanding all these technologies, all these terms that we are using here in depth and all those stuff. So APIs, then environments, as we know, environments is like your place where you can deploy any API or any extension or shared flow, and you can consume them. So that's one. So we have different environment. Apigee in the free account, Apigee provides two environment. One is test, another one is prod. Then in a paid org, if you have the enterprise license, then they provide more options. You can have multiple environments, so you can have yeah um, SIT, QA, and all these different environments based on the company policy. And you can also have I mean, in some companies they have multiple organizations, so they will have one organization as a non-production where they will have all the non-production environments, and then they can have production where they can have like a pre-production and production kind of this thing, or so those kind of things they can have. Now on publishing part, so when you want to publish your API for consumption, so in order to publish your API in Apigee, you have to create an API product. So you create an API product and you expose API product. Internally, you have a mapping. So when you create API product, you have to select which APIs will be part of this API product. Then you select your APIs and you expose them as API product. Then you can document your APIs using the Open API specification. So and then you can publish your API to the developer portal or API portal. We use the both the terms. And once it is available, then the consumer developers can see them. They can create their account. It is a self-service way, so they can create account without bothering the API team or operations team or sending a lot of emails. So within just few clicks, they can create their account. They can register their app by themselves, and then once they register the applications, then they will get credentials generated, which is generated by Apigee, and then they can use those credentials and all those stuff. So it is all of them can be done easily without any trouble. So all of them. So yeah. So all these things can be done from the publishing point of view. We will spend a lot of hours discussing all these concepts in detail. So we'll see developer, API, product, everything in detail later on. We have I think more than one chapter which is dedicated to that. So we have a lot of hours dedicated later on for this. So this is just to at least get an idea on these terms. Then in order to do the management part, so Apigee has the Apigee Analytics, which provides the visibility to all the API traffic, which comes from the application through Apigee Edge to backend services. So every except the payload. So because for security reason, Apigee does not capture anything in the payload part or in the body of the request or response. Everything else is captured. So your request URL, the tokens, OR tokens, and everything they capture. They will check the clients, who is the client, from which location, which source of the request, the backend system. Everything is completely captured. So all kind of API traffic, API usage, any kind of error, a lot of reports you can generate. You can also, if the requirement states that you have to capture any custom fields, so you can create your custom fields there in analytics. You can capture custom fields, you can add them in your analytics, and you can use them in the report. So that is also supported by Apigee. And apart from that, Apigee maintains audit log. So if anyone is Apigee user, so whoever has access to Apigee UI or Apigee dashboard, so that is all captured in the Apigee audit log. So those things are captured automatically, which you can check. So this is for the management part. Then there is configuration. So on the organization level, for example, if you want to create a configuration that is not going to change for the whole organization, regardless of the environment. So if you know that this configuration is going to be same for every environment, so in your proxy the same value will be used and all. So you can create a key value map for on the organization level. So on the org level, you can create key value map, and then you can read those key value map from your API, and you can use those values. You can even have an encrypted key value map. Encrypted key value map is used to store any sensitive data like passwords or any credentials and all those stuff. So those things you can put in the encrypted key value map. So we will cover this key value map and their policies anyways later on. So as I said, this is just to get an overview. So just to understand the term. So this is the term which can happen, which we use. Then there is a resource file. So on the proxy level, you can create a Java file which is going to be common for on the organization level, and you can call that Java code from your own proxy anytime you want to refer that. So on the resource file also you can create in on the org level. So from any environment, you don't have to put it every time. So single version of the file can be there in the on which can be created on the org level, and on the org level then you can call them. And yeah, same for JavaScript, Java, or any custom code. Then you can also create org level data mask. So data mask is to hide the sensitive data. So in there you can have the organization level configuration. So you know that some example, if you are working on payments or banking, so then you know that the credit cards might come, and you know that okay, the credit card will come and the field name will be this will be the field name every place. So you can create a configuration on the organization. So in any proxy, any environment in my organization, if this field comes up, it should not be shown on the trace or anywhere. So you can create a configuration, so it will hide. So it will hide it, but internally it will have the value. In the programming, it will work as it is expected to work. But for the visibility point of view, it will not be visible to anyone who wants to check it. So we will check this data mask and all as well later on in detail when we cover the security part, how to create and all those stuff. Then in the runtime, we create a lot of API keys. So there will be a lot of consumer. In order to call APIs, they will have the consumer. So they will get a key and secret. So all the API keys. And in most of the time, when we are building APIs, we have to implement OAuth. So we have to secure our APIs using OAuth protocol. Is OAuth standard. So OAuth is now a de facto standard for storing them. So all these runtime data and all that are created on the organization level. So the API key, once it is created for any application, that API key must be unique in the organization. And Apigee generate OAuth token, and those tokens also are generated as a unique OAuth tokens on the organization level. So those values, the Apigee will not generate a duplicate value for them. So it must be same. So like, and even if you're trying to create manually, you are trying to create API key by using the management API. Apigee will check if this value that you are providing for API key it is not duplicated. So there is no API key with the same value exists. So that's that Apigee has a check. So all of them are created on the organization level. And API products and all those stuff. So API products, API keys are associated with the API product. In API product, you can specify the environment. So you can control on which this token is or this API key will have access to this proxy on this environment, that you can control. However, the name of the value of that API key or the value of the token is unique in the whole organization level. So these things we can do with the runtime data and all those stuff. So this is a diagram which outlines the uh, uh, entity relationship for the organization. So you can see this organization is like one everywhere. So in a single organization, you can have API products, environment, developer, apps, proxies, and all those stuff. So you can see it is like 0 to n. So you have option of not having an API proxy. So it starts with 0, but then you can have one. And API, you can have multiple resources and kind of this thing. So resources will be part of API product. So all of them they are like related to each other. Once we do the lab, we'll build APIs and all those stuff. Then we can check and we can see them in detail. So for today, let's call it a day. We'll resume the session tomorrow. With this thing, and we'll study more. So this we have covered organization part. We will see the things in the environment, and we will resume from there. So yeah. So any questions or queries?
Manish, this is Sridhar.
Sorry?
This is Sridhar.
Yeah, hi Sridhar.
Like I'm a business owner, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to use a the Apigee Edge as Edge for my business, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So how Apigee will going to communicate to the business owner saying that how this can be used for the business owner.
So from a business owner point of view, so obviously you have all the features in your business, all the entities that you have in your system, internal systems and all those stuff. You want to build mobile apps for those, right? So
Okay.
in order to build mobile apps, you would need APIs, because obviously you cannot have the programming logic on the mobile app. So this APIs will be exposing all the internal feature services, all the data for consumption. People will build mobile apps by consuming those APIs, and they will so and that will add a value. So in obviously with more mobile apps, more digital applications, it will add more and more value for your business from that point of view. So eventually it will help you, if not by direct, but at least add a value to your organization by bringing in more app, with apps and everything.
Okay, like I would say like these APIs, the Apigee will be like a kind of a gateway, API gateway.
Yeah, so this is the gateway. So this is just to expose any service or any feature for outside world. So this is your gateway. So entry point for your internal systems. Yes.
Okay. But do you have any like a sample, like a documentation where it will show
sample as in?
not an example actually, like to promote to explain
So we
about
will do
AP.
the coding and development. So in order to do that, sorry.
Yeah, like you shown one of the cloud access might be you have logged into organization and you have showed something.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like what are the
Yeah.
sort we need to require to start that? We don't
So
know like
Apigee is
where
on
to.
cloud, so there is nothing. You can create your account on Apigee. Go to login.apigee.com. So
Okay.
you can go and create your free account.
Okay.
Login.apigee.com. So you can go there to login.apigee.com. You can create your free account there. Just paste it in the chat. You can copy that, and so that is fine. And for testing purpose, we would need Postman. So Postman is required for testing purpose. So just download and install Postman. So those two will be sufficient for the whole thing. So because Apigee is done on the cloud, we don't really have to install anything to do.
Yeah. This thing. So when we have to define the API product, okay. So API product, as you can recall, in previously also we had covered this. So it is like a collection of APIs or grouping of API from a business point of view. So based on the use cases, whatever consumer need, okay, based on the end consumer application or consumer developer, we can do the grouping or bundling, and they can subscribe to the product while creating that. Okay, so that can be done. So now when we are creating API product, what are different strategy, how we will create API product? Okay, so this is we will cover that thing here. So before understanding API product, in traditional sense, what exactly is a product? So in traditional sense, a product is basically so are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so in traditional sense, a product is basically a good or service that meets the need of a specific audience or set of people basically, right? So and usually when you purchase any product, whether you television, mobile, whatever, right? Most of the time, when you purchase a product, there is a proper documentation. Sometimes they will have some documentation, something which will tell what are the features, what are the this thing detail about the product, right? And yeah, and how to use it, right? How to use guide, all kind of things. So a lot of things come alongside that, right? Now and obviously most of the time, unless it is a gift, you have to pay for the product, right? So so that in the traditional sense, that is the product definition. Now same concept is applied in the field of APIs. Okay, so in APIs field, what we do, we create a package which meets the need of a specific audience. So we have the this thing specific a specific audience, if you have to think from a use case point of view, what exactly the developer will do using my API, what activities that the developer will do. Now, and we are not talking about only one developer. There can be a group of developer. Sometimes there can be one developer or group of developer, right? So we have to think from a generic point of view, not one specific person or this thing. Okay. So for API product also, when we're building API product, we provide a documentation, usually the open API spec. So that documentation specifies what are the features, which are the APIs as part of this product, what are the feature, detail about the API, right? And how to use the API, all kind of information we provide. Okay. So that, all these things we provide alongside the product. Then this thing and obviously but in case of API, we don't always monetize the API. Only in some specific scenario we monetize. So we don't charge for API many times we provide APIs for free. Okay, so we don't really charge. Okay, so but in some specific cases, if there is a requirement, we charge for that. Okay, so we yeah, so we monetize that. Okay, now next thing is now the more important question, what are things we have to consider when we are defining the API product? So when we are defining the API product, how we will determine which things to put in the API product and all those stuff. Okay, so when we are thinking from API product point of view, we have to think first, what is the risk level? Okay, so what is the level of access we want to give, or what is the risk involved? So is it for internal customer, internal consumer or external consumer, or do you want to provide only read-only access, or you want to provide read-write access? Is it going to be like a freemium kind of API? Is it going to be paid, or is it some premium? What kind of thing? What kind of usage will be there for the API? Okay, so that is one of the questions we should ask ourselves. And then when we are designing, obviously, as I said previously also, we have to think from a consumer point of view, to think about that. So our package should be able to solve a business use case. Okay, so for example, if we have a payment API, and then after payment we want to send notification also about the payment. Okay, so you can create one package that will have the payment API as well as the SMS API, create a single package and provide it to them. So consumer can use both the APIs in a single product. Okay, subscribe to product, and that product can have both payment and SMS API. One example. Okay, so now when we are defining the APIs or creating API product, So in many times what happens in a big enterprises, okay, they have a different business unit, correct? So the business unit usually they want to have their own APIs on their own side. They don't want to share the APIs. But when we are talking from API product point of view, we should not be bothered by which is the business unit, because from a consumer point of view, right? For consumer point of view, your company is a single entity, right? So your enterprise, there can be internal subgroups, groups, business unit, all those things. Those can be multiple, things, but you, when you are creating a product, right, from a consumer point of view, there can be third party developer. They would not care like which business unit is building API, which business unit is having this API, right? If they see API that belongs to your company. So when we are getting API product, you should not be bogged down by segregation of business unit. Your API, so if API 1 is by one business unit, API 2 is by another business unit. But if there is a use case where you have to combine both of them and create a product, you should be able to do that. You should not be, there should not be any problem in doing it. Okay, that is how we should do. And another very important aspect is that customer needs might change, right? So consumer needs may change over the time. The needs might change, so you should be able to adapt as per that. Okay. And also lot of time I have seen people work in this way, that they think from a product project mindset, but we should not think from a project mindset. So when we are dealing with the APIs, we should not think APIs as a project, but we should have a product mindset. Okay, the reason, because the project have a completion date, products do not have completion, right? So as long as there is demand, you will keep building products. Products should be designed based on the business requirement. Okay, a project is only for like one single person, right? So based on one single person what they want, it is like one specific. But products are more generic in nature, right? And product need to adapt as per the to the market need over the time. So product adapt as per that, so you keep enhancing your products and all. And when we are dealing with the APIs or we are building APIs, we have to think from a product point of view, and it should not be like project kind of thing. So it should not be like for this project we have some set of APIs, but for project 2, if another project comes, we cannot use the API of project 1. It should not be the case. If there is a requirement that that your company is building multiple products or multiple projects, and if there is a chance that APIs from one project can be used for in another project, we should go ahead and use it. We should not like reinvent the wheel, or create a second set of API for second project. That should not be the case. Okay, so that is yeah. So that is how in field of APIs, at least that is how we should go about it. Now in API product, we will take one example from a retail sector. So we will this thing, so from a retail world. So now here this is the example. So now there is a big company. That company sells household item. It's the in the showroom. So company has various showrooms, like for example IKEA or Target, or even Reliance, Digital Reliance Flash, whatever, any big company. Okay, take any company for example. So that company sells various household items. Okay, so company sells various household items. Then in that company there is an inventory team that is responsible for creating inventory tracking and restocking apps. So that inventory team is going to build one app, okay, that is for inventory tracking and restocking, okay, to run the business, manage inventories and all those stuff. Now for that app, okay, for that app you have built APIs. So that APIs will be, we have two APIs. One is inventory API. Inventory API have three operations: view and update inventory. Sorry, two operations, in view and update. And then restocking API has three operations. You can view, place and track restocking. So total 5 operations in 2 APIs. Just give me another couple of minutes. I'm getting a call from office. Here we have two basically APIs. In two APIs we have total 5 operations. Inventory has 2 operations: view and update inventory. Restocking has 3 operations: view, place, track. Okay, 3. And now it is built by inventory team, and the same team is also owner of the app. So it is built by the same team. So it is the same team which is building API, and same team which is building the app. So it is owned by the both API and app owned by the same team. Now because APIs are owned by the same team which is building the app, So what we can do is we will create one inventory product which has all the access, because single product, because from that app you need all access, right? You want to do all the operation. So you create one product called inventory product. That product is the, now that product becomes this thing, all access, right? All access, which is used by the inventory app. Okay, so you build one product. Now over the time, after some time, what happens, there are other internal teams. So there are other internal teams which are from the same company but different teams, but they also want to call inventory APIs. Okay, they also want to call those inventory APIs. However, you cannot give them update access, right? You can only give them read only access, right? Because if they are able to update, because they should not be allowed to update the API or update the systems, because they are different teams, right? Only inventory team members should be able to update. So what you can do is you can create another product for their application. So if they're building another app, okay, for another internal app, it can be multiple teams also, right? So there can be multiple teams, and the same app can be used by multiple teams. So all the other teams which are part of the same company, for them, all different teams, you get a single product called inventory read only product. In the read only, you only give them the get API access, not post or put. Okay, all the only get call, so read only access. Okay, so that you can create. So only read only access. Okay, so that product you can create, and that product can be used by all the internal teams. All the other internal teams which are not part of the, which are different from the main inventory team, they can access, they can use this product and access APIs where they can do the get call and read the data. So only read only. Okay, so for all the things. So you get second product. So now we have same set of API. You can see here APIs are still same, right? APIs are same, just that we created two products for the same set of APIs. So one is the full access, another one is the read only access. Okay, now after some time, this if it is a big company, big enterprise, right, what happens, their store or showrooms are very popular. So what happens, a third party developer can come. Now third party developer comes and they say, we want to build app. Okay, third party app. In my app, people can only, before anyone goes to your showroom, before going to your showroom, people can check, okay, if the item is in your stock or not. Because if if they go to store and they don't find the item, it will be waste of time for them. So what people can do, here they can type whatever item they are looking for, and I can make API call, provide them the response that item is in the stock or not. So this is like a value add, right? The third party developer can build something which is like a value add for your customer. Okay, so what you can do for the third party developer, okay, who are external developer, for third party you get another product. That product will only have access to one API. That product will only have one access to one API, and that API will be to check the item is in the stock or not. Okay, so that's it. So within the inventory API, only one operation. So you are going to give a single operation access to that. So within the inventory API, if they want to check if item is in the stock or not, that's it. So only for one. So that way you create another product, and that external product for external developer. Okay, so that you can do. So that way you are controlling access, because you cannot give all the even all the read only access to a third party developer, right? Because many times there can be sensitive information that you don't want to expose. So for third party developer, you can create another one where you will check only if item is in the stock or not, only for that. So like there, it is like a just a value add. So now for the same one, you are getting third product, right? So we have only total, as you can see, total 5 operations, 2 APIs, 5 operations, and for those only, based on the different use cases, different kind of audience or consumers, we are creating product. So one is full product, second is read only for internal, third is for external third party developer. Right? So third product we can create. Now another uh, uh, use case can be a partner. So there can be partners. The partner want to improve their applications by knowing if item is in the stock or not. So first they can make a call to do the stock check, if item is in the stock or not. Now if item is not in the stock, they want to make another API call to see when it will be back in the stock. So what is the restocking option? So when in the restocking, when the item is back in the stock. So they want two APIs, one to check the stock, which is already given to external developer, but they want one more, okay, because they are partners. So for partner, you can, in order to enhance experience for your partners, you can provide one more API. That API will tell them what is the restocking status when the item is coming back in the stock. So what you can do is, for partner, you can get product. In the product you can have these two APIs, and you can name it as a gold product, because so if you are a partner, you are like gold product. And for third party developer, you can name it as a silver product, just for naming point of view. Okay, so this is what you can. So based on different use cases, different kind of developers or consumers, you can build your API product accordingly, as you can see. So this is how you can go ahead and build it. Okay, so the same set of API, same proxy, but for a different use case, you are getting different product, and that way you are controlling the access, and you are only exposing the APIs which the specific kind of consumer want, right? So if a partner want, the partner, you will have a gold product. Another third party developer, you will just get that silver product only for one API. Internal teams can get read only, and main team, anyways, that is only one customer, you will have the full access. Okay, so like this. So the top takeaways from here is, you have to adopt a product mindset. You have to package APIs to solve specific problems. Okay, and obviously app developer won't care which department or which business unit is building your APIs and all those stuff, right? So we cannot create API product based on the business unit, right? So we should create sorry. So we should create a product, okay, from the consumer point of view, and we should not get product from a business unit point of view. Okay, and then obviously we are using API product to manage the access and risk. As you can see, different kind of team, different type of consumers we are going, and we, based on that only, we get product, and we adapt to the changes. So as I said, so you start with product one, but then different kind of use case come, another product for that use case, another use case, so you adapt to change. Okay, so yeah. Now coming to one thing, which is monetization. So Apigee has this API monetization. However, API monetization that Apigee provides, okay, no, people don't use this Apigee monetization. They use the concept of monetization, but in a different way. So we don't need Apigee monetization module. So Apigee has built a monetization module, okay, so which is where some part is done in Apigee. Some part is in Apigee platform, the gateway, and some part is on the portal, Apigee portal, which is in Drupal. So Drupal portal. So Apigee has two kind of parts, two parts of the monetization, and you have to purchase separate license for monetization. Normal Apigee does not come with monetization. You have to purchase separate license. Okay. So monetization provides this easy and flexible way to monetize the API, so that you can generate, or or if you, some app developer is making call to your payment API, and using that, they are using your payment API to do the payment and increase your revenue, then you can share the revenue with the developer. Okay, so you can do the sign up, you can set up the billing process, credit card payment, monetization report, everything is there in the portal. So from portal also you can do. This is what Apigee has, this module of the portal can be built in a Drupal. So that you have, so if you are using Apigee monetization, then from developer portal point of view, you have to use a Drupal portal only. That is the only way, where from Drupal portal, a Drupal developer portal, it will call the Apigee monetization APIs. And it is available only for enterprise offerings. So all the enterprise, even public cloud version has the monetization, private cloud, both can use monetization, but obviously from the developer portal point of view, you have to use the Drupal one. Okay. Now the question comes, which API is to monetize, right? So an API that is to build the consumer experience, okay, only for experience point of view, and that will drive the indirect value. Okay, so like ticket booking API, store location API, product availability, item is in the stock or not, those kind of things. Those APIs will be available for free. Now paid one, if using your API, if any consumer developer is able to build revenue generating apps. Okay, so like weather data, SMS, stock market, that kind of, so those kind of things. So using your APIs, if someone is able to build revenue generating apps, you can use them for charging purpose. Okay, like that. So those kind of API you can monetize. Okay, so that lab will do. So this lab we will do day after tomorrow. So tomorrow what we'll do is with Raju will do the lab number 2. Okay, and then day after we will do lab number 3, where have the API product developer and API keys. Okay, so that we'll do day after tomorrow. Okay, and then there is another supplemental lab. So if you get time, you can do on your own. So using the supplemental, there are folders. Okay, using that folder, you can use that to do some lab for your own. So you can follow that step-by-step guide and yeah, do that lab. Okay, so that also so that is like in your own time you can do that. Now in APG monetization there is some concept. So in here we have API product, but with monetization APG now has API package. So API package is like collection of product plus rate plans. So here like multiple product, and for each product you assign a transaction recording policy. In transaction recording policy you have to specify what will be constituted as a successful transactions. For example, in some scenario, you want to wait for backend for 200 response, that will be success. In some scenario, regardless of 200 or whatever, as long as you are able to hit the backend, I will charge. Like this also, right? Anything. So based on that, you can define success scenario, like what will be like the transaction recording. So what will create like the what will be treated as a successful transaction. Okay, and then you have the rate plan. So in the rate plans, you can specify what the cost and all of the API usage. So you create API packages. In package, you have even group of API product, and then you can assign rate plan to that, and then app developer will subscribe to rate plan. Okay, they will subscribe to package, and then with package they have to subscribe to a rate plan. Okay, so there are different revenue models. So for rate plan there are different options APG provides. So like you have a fees model where you API provider will charge for a fees. So you charge for fees. You can have prepaid or postpaid. Sorry, here you can create a fee only plan, or you can add fee to a plan. Then API provider will you can have a rate card kind of thing, where API provider will charge based on the usage. So like 1000 API is this much, this API this much, and all those stuff. And it is high. Here you can do the lot of customization, and you can combine this rate card with revenue sharing also. Now another one is the revenue sharing. So in the revenue sharing, the provider will pay the developer. Okay, in other ways, all the other you developer will pay to provider, but here in revenue sharing, so if developer is providing API calls, they are using your API, and using those APIs, if you are generating revenue. So if someone is building an app and using that app, if your revenue is getting generated, then what you can do is you can share the revenue with the consumer. Okay, like this. So that you can do. So you can have a fixed percentage or variable percentage, and you can combine with the rate plan. Or what you can do is, for subscribing API you will charge them a fees, and then when actual API call comes, you can share your revenue. So that can happen. So a lot of models are there, and APG supports all common rate plan models. And then you have a lot of notifications and all based on the various events. APG can generate trigger notification, all those stuff. And there you have a freemium kind of thing, so where you can either provide a few number of API call, or for a certain duration, so like trial period. So like either you can have 100 API call for free, and after that you can charge, or you can provide like 15 days free, after 15 days charge, like this. Okay, or you can combine, so 100 APIs or 100 API call or 15 days, whichever comes first, that is after that you can start charging. So that is like freemium. Okay. So yeah, in this lab what we are going to do is we are going to do the OAuth, create a OAuth token, and then secure our API using the OAuth. So OAuth, we will use OAuth client credential grant, because in our proxy anyways, this thing, in our proxy anyways we are not using any user data, right? It is just a normal categories and everything. We are going to use client credential grant, this thing, and obviously we don't have any backend service for user authentication, so we cannot do that. So we'll have many people do for the OAuth client credential grant. Okay. So here for that, what we have to do is first thing, as you can see here, so we will first go and save as a new revision. So we will so go to your APG proxy.
That is 202, right? Our retail V1 202 is mine.
Yeah. So we'll go to our offering 201. So we are having revision 3 already, right? So when you load, it will be revision 3. Now
Yes.
click on project.
Click on what?
So your project, save as a new revision. So it will be
Achha, you
revision
want me
number.
a new revision? Okay, yeah.
So you saved as a new revision?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we'll click on develop. So here what we have to do is in the new revision, so we don't need this verify API key policy now, because this is we are going to replace with the OAuth token validation policy. Okay, so we will apply the OAuth token verification part. Okay. So if you take your cursor to the this thing, so if you take your cursor, you see on the top right there is a cross icon. That way you can detach the policy. Remember, here we are detaching, not deleting. Okay, detach means this policy will not be applied. Policy will be there on the proxy but not applied. Okay, so it will be unused policy. Okay, like this. So we are going to detach it. So here click on this, so it will detached. Okay. So here you can see on the left side there is a link icon, the small on the left side. This is a link icon, means this policy is not linked anywhere. You have to apply. So this is not used. Okay, this policy is not getting used. Okay, so like this. Now once that is done, so next we have to add the policy for OAuth token verification. Okay, so verify the token verification. So let me give you the proxy name. Sorry, the name of the policy. So if you go down, here, scroll down. This is the name of the policy. Below the screenshot, you will find this name. Okay, O2 verify token. This is the name we will put. So let me copy and paste in the chat also. So just send it. Now once it is that, we click on plus step here. Okay, so click on plus step. So we are in the pre-flow only. So on the plus step, we scroll down in the security, in the second section security. Go down. Even the security.
1 minute. The plus step, right? In the request only we'll add, right?
Yeah. This is when the request comes. These are the one of the first things.
Correct.
So make sure this is pre-flow only, right? So by default, anyways, pre-flow comes selected. So this is pre-flow, and the plus step in the request. Just scroll down security, just a little bit scroll down, you will find OAuth v2. This is the policy.
OAuth v2.
Okay?
Yes.
So click on that and replace the display name. So replace the display name, O2 verify token.
Okay.
So when you replace the display name, obviously name also will be getting replaced,
changed.
Right? So yeah.
Click on add.
So yeah. So here when you click on add, it will have, you see the XML.
Yeah.
So here you can see this is this thing here. You cannot download, and you can check that out. Here by default you see the operation is verify access token, correct? So when the policy the default value, you will see verify access token is already there. So actually we don't need to make any change here, okay, because this is the default operation. So when you add OAuth v2, you can keep it there because this is the default operation, verify access token. Okay. So I think we are good. Only if we have to generate access token, then we might have to make any change in the proxy and all those stuff. Okay. But by default it is verify access token, so we are good. Okay. Now one more thing after that, what we have to do is, so once the token is verified, okay, as a best practice, what we do is, once the token is verified and the token comes in authorization header, So token will come in authorization header, okay, as format of bearer token. Then what we do is after it is verified and it is successful, we don't want our token to go to the backend because backend will not understand our token, correct? And that also can sometimes be security issue because we are leaking our token to the backend, correct? Our token should not go to the backend system. So what we do is we use assign message policy to remove the authorization header. So after it is done successfully, okay, usually we remove that authorization header because token is verified. So token is issued on APG and also recognized on APG. Backend will not recognize the token anyways. But if we are hitting some third-party backend on the internet, they might get our token and they might try to hack the data, correct? So it is can be security issue, right? So what we do is we will attach the next policy to assign which will be assign message. So in order to remove data or add data, whatever, we use assign message policy. That policy will, in that policy we will remove the authorization header, okay? So that is there in the last, so you have to go down all the way till the last, okay? So go down till the last this thing uh, this way, yeah, remove authorization header. So let me give you the name will is like here, I can pick the name from this XML also. It is not given separately, but new am remove auth header. So this assign message policy you copied, right, the name. Now go to again plus step, again click on plus step, scroll down in section number 3, section number 3 on this thing mediation. In the mediation there is assign message policy. You see, slowly go down, there is assign message, right? You'll find it, okay? Now that do the same thing, yeah, just go down, let me know once you do that.
Yeah, assign message is there and display name. I'll keep remove auth header. Should I click on add?
Now just replace the display name. So click on the name.
I already did that.
And yeah, display the update the display name, and then once it is done, click on add. So now it will not show you the second policy XML. This is the policy XML of the So in order to see the XML of this policy, so you simply have to go and click on this policy. So because when you add the second policy, this is the XML of the proxy. You can see proxy endpoint and all those stuff, right? So it is not the XML of the policy. So you click on this policy, click on this. Okay. When you click, it will show you that XML, okay?
Okay.
So now you can see this one, there is a lot of garbage data. You can see copy, whatever. We don't really need all of that, right? Because this policy is like a this policy is very popular and used a lot. It can do a lot of things. So any kind of data manipulation, adding, updating, whatever that you can see. So a lot of things are there. We don't need, we would just want the removal of the authorization header, okay? So we don't want all of them. So what we can do is in this XML, we will replace this XML. So go here in the lab, copy this XML. So this XML is there in the bottom. Let me copy and paste it in the chat also. APG here, just do a control A in this page. So make sure you are in the correct place. So you see this assign message tag. You see assign message tag, we are in the correct place. So do a control A and then control V. So it will replace, okay, like this.
You replace the everything or from assign message?
In the assign message, I mean, when you are testing, so in that assign message only, you replace the whole policy. Okay, so that's what.
I mean, what I mean to say is it from the second line? Or you want me to delete everything and then paste the same what you have given?
You can delete everything and paste this thing on the same policy page, on the policy page. Okay, not on.
Okay. But it is coming straight for me. Is it okay?
Coming what, sorry?
I mean, I don't see the space between every line. For
Okay, got
you,
it. Yeah, that might be might be even copy paste something because
that's okay, right?
yeah, that should be fine. Automatically APG will anyways update it. So
Okay.
when you open it or refresh the page later on after saving and all.
Okay.
So now this thing. So once it is done, here you can see this is a remove tag, right? So we are in only in the remove section, means it is going to remove the authorization error. Okay, so this one, and then here uh, you can see this ignore validation errors is true, means if this header is not present or something, you can still go ahead without any problem. Okay, and then
Okay.
here by default you can see assigned to create new means false, means we are not creating any new request object. Okay, the current request object which is there, in the same request object only we are going to remove the header. Okay, so that is why we are having assigned to create new equal to false and type equal to request. Okay, like this,
Yeah.
because we are applying in the request type will be equal. So after that, just click on save. Then you can save it. Okay.
Okay. Okay, revision 4 saved.
Let me know once you save it.
Yeah, I did saved.
And then go to deployment and deploy on dev.
Okay, done.
So after that, just refresh the page. Now you should be able to see this thing. That XML would be coming as what you say in the new line. Refresh that page and click on this. Click on this policy.
Sorry, come again. What I have to do?
No, after saving, you saved it, right?
Uh,
And you
yeah,
deployed.
I completed deployment in dev.
After that, just refresh the page.
Okay. Okay, refreshed.
And then if you click on this policy again, second policy, AM
Mm.
remove author,
Mm.
now you APG will automatically do the alignment for you.
Ah, yes, it's done.
Okay, it is coming properly aligned, right? 10
Yeah,
lines
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Mm. And this thing, so that is done. Now what we will do is let me show you one more so this policy, in this proxy we are going to do the verification of token, correct? So this is a policy we are having the verification token. So in APG there is a, by default APG provides you a OAuth proxy. It does in APG as public cloud. So there is a OAuth proxy which automatically APG gives. So let me type you this. So this is the OAuth proxy which APG
Okay.
provides by default. Okay, so we are
Okay.
going to use this by default OAuth proxy only to do the token generation. So let me give you a
Okay.
walkthrough quickly. So this is the proxy. If I click on develop here, or in the proxy endpoint default, I see there is, if I click on this, there are two things. One is access token and one is a refresh
Refresh
access token.
X. Uh-huh.
Mhm. 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 So here you can see these 2 point. One is the post for access token for client credential flow, and second is this. Let me click on develop here. If I click on develop, you and let me click with this policy, second policy, right? Top one, access token client. So this policy you can see this is where it is giving. So it is like OAuth v2 policy name, generate access token, expiration 3600. Remove these three. 3600 second means 1 hour. Okay. So here it is 1 hour. Then grant type is client credential supported grant type, and then it will come from form param. Okay, like this. So we have added this policy will generate the token, okay, access token. Okay, and this complete URL will be like this. So this is the base URL, right? So this is the till base path. Okay, so this is the base URL. After base URL, what I have to do is I have to copy this one, go down here. If I expand this one, if I expand, you can see this path, right? This is the resource path for access token. Okay, to generate
Okay.
access token credential, this is the complete path. So let me give you the complete path. Let me first prepare the complete path. Okay, so this is control C. Where is this one? Okay. Let me give you this one. This is the path. Okay, let me remove anything. So this is the base path, and this is the resource path, right? Till access token. So this is the complete path of this one. Okay. Yeah, so this is the complete path. So let me ping you this one. So in the chat, in the postman, mm, let me remove these things. Let me clear. Yeah, so in the postman, click on this plus sign on the plus tab. On the tab, click on this plus tab. We are adding a new tab. Okay. So in the postman, click on the new tab.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I clicked on the plus tab and want me to paste the URL in the get search bar.
So in the get, yeah, paste this thing, paste this URL. So once that, then this get in the left side, yet you have get, right? You see get. This will be post because that is a post call, correct? We were having post call, correct? So change from get to post. In the drop down, change it to post, right?
Yeah, did.
Now for this access token, the client credential token, we have to add a this thing. We have to add what you say authorization header, because client ID, client secret, that will go in the authorization header as a basic auth, correct? So click on authorization tab here. On the below that you have authorization tab. Click on that. Okay. Auth type, make it basic auth. Did you change to basic auth?
Yeah.
Now your client ID, that API key that we have, that will go in the user name, and secret will go in the password. So I'm not having, I'm lost it. Let me get it from my APG. Meanwhile, you can copy paste from your side. So let me go to my apps, this thing. Until 201. Click on show. So this is the username. Make sure when you do copy paste, there is no space or anything. Okay.
Yeah.
Properly. So that will be username. So the Postman will automatically convert the basic thing, so we don't have to bother about. Just have to provide username, password. Postman will create the basic 64 version and everything, and will create that. Okay. So the testing tools and all the rest clients and all that, they do it automatically. We don't have to bother about it. Okay. So that is done. Okay. So you added. So we add this thing, username and password. So let me know once you added both.
Yeah, I added.
Now after that, we have to provide the grant type. As per the protocol, we have to provide the value of grant type in form parameter. Okay. So go to that body. On the right side of the authorization, there is a body tag, body tab here. So click on body. In the body, click on this XWWW form URL encoded. That is the, when you want to send a normal form parameter, this is the content type we select. XWWW form URL encoded. Okay. So click on that.
Okay. I clicked.
And then key will be, the key is the name of the parameter. Name of the parameter is grant underscore type, all small. Grant underscore type. This is as per the protocol of OAuth. Okay, so that is the key, grant underscore type. Let me put you in the chat if you know
And
the protocol. Parameter name and values. So this is one. Okay. So let me know once you added.
yeah, I did.
Now make the call. Click on send button.
Okay.
You will get the response 200. Okay. Did you get the response?
200. Okay. Yeah.
And do you see a JSON below that? Response JSON.
Yes.
Now scroll down. Go to line number 12.
Access token.
You see the access token, correct?
Yeah.
Copy the value within double quotes, between the double quote, whatever is there, copy that value. Copy that access token value. Go to the old tag. We have categories tab, right? We have a Postman tab of categories, correct? There is
Old
another,
tab.
there is a categories tab. In the Postman, you will have the tab of categories, right, on the left side.
The Postman categories tab.
There will be tab on the left side of that, because you added a plus, it will be on the right side added, right? On the left side, you will see this thing. On the, you see
Okay.
this post, there will be get something like that.
Correct. Get is there. Get
Yeah.
HTTPS healthy APX. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what. So click on that categories tab, the tab for categories call.
Okay.
So click on that.
Yeah. Clicked.
Then you go to authorization.
Okay.
In here, to select bearer token. Click on bearer token.
Okay.
And whatever the value that we copied, right, paste it here. So
Token
in the
value.
bearer
Okay.
value got token, paste the token value. Okay.
Yep.
Now let's
Done.
go to APG. We will do the trace. So let's go to APG and go to develop and proxies. APG, go to develop proxies. Click on your proxy.
Okay.
Click on trace here. And start the trace.
Phase, we have to uncheck that automatically compare selected phase.
Yeah, for me it is coming unchecked. For if you're not
Okay.
coming, then uncheck it.
Then click on start trace session.
Yeah. So now you can see the trace is on, right?
Yeah.
Now go to Postman and try the call. So go to Postman, try that call.
Multiple times.
And now one also will find it. You
One.
can see the 200 okay response, right? You are
Yeah,
getting the response,
200
right?
okay response is coming. Yeah.
With that categories option, correct, in the JSON,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now let's go to APG here. Now in the APG you see both the policies, correct? Two policies should be there, right?
Yes.
So if you click on the
Good
first
one.
circle, click on the circle here, request received from the client. Click on this circle. You can
Yes.
see here authorization header is there, right? Authorization header is
Start. Start. Start.
but because by
Authorization.
default APG will hide it for security reason. It
Uh-huh.
doesn't show authorization header now.
Okay.
And then you can see all the headers and everything. Okay. Now click on the first policy. Click on O2 verify token. Click on the first policy.
Okay.
So in the
Token type bearer token.
you see, yeah, here you see if you scroll down in the variables now, because this token verification is successful, because it is successful, you can see all the variables, set. Like API key also, if you remember, we did all the variable related to API key and all that we did, right? You can see it all.
Yep.
So this thing, so that's why. So after that, now if you click on second policy, remove auth header, here you can see this authorization header will not be present anymore, because this authorization header, as we are removing, so that access token that was coming, that is not going to be forwarded to the backend system. Okay.
Okay.
So you can see here, this is not going to be forwarded. So you can see, and now the call goes to backend and whatever. The same thing right now. Anyways, we don't have anything else. So whatever comes from backend, it is adding. Okay.
Okay. So we say the request sent to target server. That's all, right? But we don't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
anything. Target.
Right now we don't have anything anyways that will.
Hmm.
So now actually for the course of the training, because we will, because access token keeps getting expired and all those stuff, we will have this thing. So that is why what we can do is we go back, stop this. You can stop the trace, go to develop. Now we will revert our changes back to. So here what we'll do is, because we verified the over token out, but for further labs we'll continue to use the API key, because it will be a lot easy to continue using API key for the lab. It will be a lot easy,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Other token which is getting
So
expired, it will be.
we'll enable that again.
Yeah. So what we'll do is, again, first those things, both of them detach. So click on that. You see detach here, one by one, detach
Yeah.
both of them, and then what you can do,
Go
bring
to
that
VAK
second.
verify K.
Yeah, just drag and drop. You can simply
Okay.
from the left side drag and drop in the request. Drag and drop from the left side. Just drag and
Okay.
drop in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you added.
Yeah.
Now click on save. So yeah, if you drag and drop, it will automatically come here, automatically apply. So just yeah.
Yeah. Saved. Revision for saved. Yep.
Yeah. So now thing is that, because revision 4 was already deployed, so if you make any changes on the previously deployed revision, APG will automatically deploy it. So you can see here, you can see green button in the tab. You don't have to deploy again. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Now what we'll do is, again, go back to that categories call, Postman. Auth type, make it in authorization header. Auth type, make it to no auth. Here no auth, because right now anyways OAuth token we are not going to send it, right? So okay, change the auth
So
type to no auth.
from basic auth to no auth you are doing now.
Not basic, we are bearer token, right? This is the bearer token. Categories was bearer token.
Okay, okay. You're going to categories here. Bearer token to no auth. Yeah.
No auth, because we are not going to send token anymore, right? So that's why.
Yeah, yeah.
And then here in the header you already have API key header, correct? Because this header was already there. So anyways we are sending API key. Okay. So you can double check here in your header you had the API key, right? Click on headers, you see the last header you had the API key.
Header showing 6 hidden. Should I click on that? It's not showing me
No, it
all that.
doesn't really matter. No, the last one it should, if you scroll down, it will show this thing. There will be some hidden headers, but
No, it's only headers. It's only showing me that API key when I click
that
on
is fine. Others
headers.
will be hidden, that doesn't matter. This is also default one. You see API key header, correct? As
Yeah,
long as
yeah.
you see API, that is good.
Yeah,
And this
yeah.
thing, right? So now again click on the send button. Just click on send, just and we should get the positive response. Means our API key verification at least works fine.
Yeah, 200. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, that's it. This thing.
Now we are moving OAuth security, and we also have gone through the content level security by using our XML threat protection, JSON threat protection, and we understood this regular expression policy and all. Now we are moving to transport layer security. How APG supports that? So APG has support for TLS as SSL. As you already know that when we deploy the API, we have option of your virtual host. When we have a secure virtual host, and if someone want to create one more virtual host for a secure socket layer HTTPS, we can easily create using APG. Okay, so when we talk about SSL and TLS, so SSL and TLS both are the same thing, only that now SSL is no more used. Everyone use TLS. So people use the word interchangeably. They use SSL or TLS, but right now SSL is completely obsolete and TLS is used. So HTTPS basically is not SSL. HTTPS is TLS. Only difference between SSL and TLS are it is the same thing in terms of concept. It's everything same. TLS just uses stronger algorithms and lot bigger key and secret pairs, you know. So it is more complex to hack as compared to SSL. SSL had some weak encryptions and all. So because of that, now TLS has replaced SSL, and the latest version people use the most commonly is TLS 1.2. Okay. So previously there was SSL, but people used to hack even SSL because the encryption was very weak in the SSL. So now people use TLS because TLS has very strong encryption. But SSL and TLS are the same thing. Only difference is the algorithms and your key and secret pairs. So the encryption keys, are very big in size, so it is not easy to decrypt those or hack those. Okay. In normal scenarios, APG supports both one-way TLS and two-way TLS. One-way TLS is when a client doesn't have to do authentication. Only server is available on HTTPS. Okay. Client doesn't have to be on HTTPS. The best example is your Facebook, Google, and everything. Whenever you hit your Facebook, you Gmail, or Twitter or whatever, everything is on HTTPS, right? Because you don't use HTTP there. So you verify the server of Facebook. Your browser doesn't have to present any kind of authorization to server. So only your server is authorized by your browser. So that way, server will present its certificate, and your browser internally authorizes and make sure you have this certificate from Facebook is authentic. It is pretty much fine, and I can trust it. And then the data transfer happens in a encrypted manner. Okay. So that is the one-way TLS. So anything which you hit on your browser, because they don't have to verify your browser, because they have like millions of browsers and everything are accessed every time. They cannot keep verifying this thing, but your browser always verifies the server, so that you know that okay, whatever your username, passwords, and everything that you are going to do, it is encrypted. Okay. So they don't have to do anything. Okay. So one way is when your client verifies server, but server doesn't have to verify client. That is one way TLS. So that is why when we create virtual host secure on APG, when we have the secure virtual host and you are hitting that from your browser, or you are hitting it from your Postman, server doesn't have to verify the certificate from Postman or certificate from your browser, because they don't present any kind of certificate to verify.
Okay, only Apigee provides a certificate for that particular host name, and your client verifies, and then you when your client verifies it and feels it is good, then the data transfer happens. Okay, in an encrypted manner.
Okay, so that means the certificate is part of the link itself.
Yes, the certificate.
Right.
So the way it works is, yeah, we have all this in this thing. We'll go through that as well. So we'll explain you that concept even better when with the diagrams. Yeah, I remember that there were diagrams. So yes, basically when the data transfer happens, the first step is to verify the certificate from the server. Okay, and
Yes.
that happens internally. You as a end user or whoever is going to use the system, we never see that. Okay, it is completely internal. Okay, for us, we just see, okay, the browser, it is everything we are able to hit. Sometimes if that is why sometimes people, if there is something wrong in the certificates and all, then we always get a exception that, okay, they cannot trust certificate or cannot trust this thing on you. And then you have to click on that, okay, proceed anyway or whatever. And then it goes on there. So that's why. Okay. Now, then there is a stronger so in that one-way TLS, it is only server that is verified by client. Okay, now in sometimes when the system needs more security, you also have to verify client. So then that is achieved by two-way TLS. So client has to verify server, and then server also verifies client. Okay, so that's how this two-way TLS is implemented. All right, so that two-way TLS cannot be implemented for a browser-based apps for obvious reason. You cannot verify all the clients who are going to hit you, and there will be millions of clients and all. But all the B2B applications, okay, all the B2B applications or all the internal applications, your internal systems can verify other clients by two-way TLS because it is all internal. So you know that there will be 10 kind of systems that I'm going to interact with, or 20. So there is a finite. So you know that there is a very less number of systems that you are going to interact. Then you do two-way TLS. Okay. So it enhances the security. So you as a client verify the server, and server also verify the client. So two-way TLS is mostly implemented between the Apigee and the target system. Okay, so two-way TLS is the ideal, and that is the best way. And we also recommend always that whenever there is a target system and you want to communicate with Apigee, you always implement two-way TLS as much possible. Okay, so that because that is the best way of security and authentication. Okay, to backend, we prefer and we recommend using two-way TLS, and that is where it is the most commonly used. So that target system or the downstream system will only have Apigee as your client, right? So you can have a two-way TLS in between those two.
Yes, in two-way TLS, okay, client needs to install any certificate explicitly.
Correct.
Or otherwise
Yes.
automatically it will be.
Yeah, so there has to be a manual installation. Usually operations guys do that. Okay, so the operations team who are managing, they usually do that. So they install your Apigee certificate on their system, and obviously Apigee will install their certificate on this thing. Okay. So there is a concept of key stores. So key stores are used. So key store and trust stores are used to do all this thing. Okay.
Yes.
So for now, when we are going to use HTTPS, okay, or one-way TLS to hit any server, we should still never use the passwords and all in your query parameter. For obvious reason, if it is in a query parameter, many times what happens, the logging mechanism or the logging systems, they try to store the complete URL. And if they are trying to store the complete URL, they will also store the password or sensitive data. So that is why even when someone is using HTTPS, you should never send passwords in the query parameter. Okay, password should be sent in the payload. So either you send in as a form parameter or you send it as a in the JSON. Okay, so you never send passwords or any sensitive information as a query parameter. All right. Okay. One-way authentication, the way it is like the client will authenticate to Edge. Client doesn't know what is the target, and it doesn't need to know worry about that. In Apigee, Edge will deal with the target. Okay, the same thing which we discussed just now. So in the one-way TLS, it is obviously server validation. So on client validates the server, and server doesn't validate the client. So server has to present its certificate. client doesn't have to present certificate. Client will just see the domain name which is coming and the domain name which is given in the certificate. Certificate will contain some information, server domain, when the certificate is going to expire and all those stuff, what is the encryption algorithm and everything that it will check. So client verify the certificate, and then it is, if it is certificate is valid, then you verify, then it is done. Now how server verifies the client? Because client has verified the server, now server has to also verify the client, and server verifies the client using obviously OAuth or basic authentication, right? So client has to present the token and server verifies the client using those tokens, correct? So when we implement one-way TLS for browser based apps, so client has to verify server using the TLS certificate, but server verifies the client using the tokens, right? So you have the correct and valid token, then you can hit the API. If your token is not valid or your client is not valid, then you discard the request. Okay, so the for one-way TLS, we always implement OAuth or basic authentication, these kind of things when there is a one-way TLS. All right, so that way you also have to verify a client. There is a one way to identify who is making the request. All right, but in two-way TLS you don't have to pass all these OAuth tokens and all. Okay, so when Apigee talks to target, okay, or the two-way TLS is there, then server presents its certificate and client verifies that, and client also has to present the certificate, so server also verifies that. Then you don't have to worry about the OAuth tokens and everything. Okay, so
Yes, yes.
then there is no OAuth token or anything is possible. It is just server certificate to certificate verification, and that is once it is successful, then okay, that is fine. All right, so that's why,
Okay.
that is the reason why we need OAuth and all, because we cannot verify the client using the certificate, because there will be millions of clients and you cannot install those millions of certificate there, right? It is very lot easier to use the basic authentication or client ID or OAuth to verify them. Okay.
Okay, so that means in two-way TLS, no need to go for the OAuth, right?
Correct.
This is
Yes.
directly certificate to certificate verification. Here, server
Yep.
server means it is APG server, right? So
Yes.
it's
Platform.
not
We are
target.
talking about the platform. Yeah. APG server. Yeah.
APG. Okay, so client means requester. That means requester who
Yes.
sent the
Any
request.
browser or your Postman. Yeah. Browser, Postman, or any Android app or any web app. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Then what about this APG to target system? That is
So
the
APG target
that is
target becomes server and APG becomes client. Yeah.
okay. Okay. So that means here two passes will go, right? In
Yeah.
first pass, client to server, that is APG server, and second one, in
Yeah.
second pass, APG to target server.
Yeah. Perfect. Yes.
Okay,
So
but finally the verification will be in APG itself,
yes. So
right?
in APG we verify the client using OAuth tokens. Okay, and then
Okay.
we remove the tokens and we don't have to worry about that token anymore. Okay, and then what happens in most of the cases, server and APG will have a two-way mutual authentication enabled or two-way TLS enabled. So APG will, whenever APG makes a call, APG will present its certificate to the backend API target system. The target system will use it. Usually targets have installed all these on their load balancer. So target would have some load balancers, or any proxy server installed. Okay, on the proxy server layer, mostly they most common is like Nginx and all. They use Nginx or any load balancer, systems and all, and there they manage all the client certificates. So APG, we when we generate our certificate and all, we give them our certificate, and they someone from the operations team from their side, they will install our certificate on their load balancer, load balancer level or whatever. Okay, so then it is verified. Okay.
Yes, yes, got it.
So that is now as we talk about certificates. So now whenever APG has to make a call to server and APG has to present a certificate, all the certificate which APG has to present to the backend, okay, certificate and private key, those are stored in the key store. Okay.
Okay.
So certificate and private key are stored in the key store. All these things which APG has to talk to backend. Okay. Now APG also has to verify the backend certificate, right? So backend certificates are stored in the trust store. Okay. So APG certificates are all stored on the key store. Okay. And backend certificate, the target certificate, which APG has to, trust. Okay. This is the trusted target. Their certificate start stored in the trust store. Okay. So
Okay.
Apigee provides a very nice way from the UI where you can create a key store and trust store, and you can store easily using those. Okay. So from the Apigee UI itself, you can easily upload and download certificate and put it there. So we don't really have to understand all the operations activities, and we can simply put from the UI. You can put it there, and there is a management API call, and people can also use management API call to upload the certificates into Trust Store or upload a private key and certificate in a key store. Okay.
Okay, fine.
So just a graphical representation of how it works. So client has made a call to your server. Okay. Client makes a call. Then server has its certificate. Server will present the certificate on the second step. Then Apigee or the client verifies the certificate from the trust store. Okay. So okay, it will verify, okay, this server is a trusted server, and then client will make a call to access all the data. Okay. So that's how it works. Now what happens is, in case of two-way TLS, the client will have a key store. The client will maintain a key store. This is key store will have the private key and certificate of the client. Okay. And server will and client will maintain a trust store. The trust store will have the certificate of the server. All right. And server will have a key store. It will where server will have its own certificate. Okay. And server will also have a trust store, and the trust store of the server would contain the certificate from the client to make sure, okay, this client is also valid one. Okay. So in two-way TLS, it will make a call to access resource. Server will present the certificate. Client will verify the certificate. So that is pretty much similar to what happens in one-way TLS. So that is one thing. Now, after verification of the certificate, client will present its certificate. Server will verify the client certificate from the trust store which it has maintained. From that trust store, server will verify, okay, client certificate is also valid. And then after that, they will transfer the data. Okay, the data transfer happens. So that process happens every time. Now there is also a connection keep alive property in HTTP. Okay. So what happens for a certain duration, like for time 10 minutes, 5 minutes, or 1 hour, this verification, because every time this verification happens, this takes time, right? And this is a time consuming thing. Every time you verify certificate client or whatever, so it will have a adverse impact on performance. Now to avoid that adverse impact on performance, there is a HTTP has a header, keep alive header. Okay. So by default, this keep alive header is enabled. So for a certain duration, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or 1 hour, once the verification is done, okay, server will not verify the certificate from its own client, or client will not verify server from the certificate from server for like next 10 minutes. So only for the first call, it will verify, and for that next 10 minutes or 1 hour, only data transfer will happen. They will not have to verify that because they have verified and established the connection. Okay, now verified the client and I have verified the server. Both are good, and they don't have to verify it anymore. Okay, so that way in two-way TLS also, you don't have to verify for every request. Now once you verify for the first request, it will be valid for a certain duration, and during that duration they don't only transfer data. So that way it can happen faster. Otherwise, every time if you keep verifying, the performance will be impacted in a very bad way. Okay, so that's how you may still maintain a good performance even with the two-way TLS. Okay.
Okay, fine.
And it same happens even with the one-way TLS. So once for the first time when you are hitting your Apigee with the browser, or for the first time you are hitting Apigee with your this thing, Postman and all, for certain time after till certain duration, it will not verify your certificate again. So it will verify for the first time, and it is everything is valid. Then it can be trusted. There is no problem with that. Then it will not verify for like next 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or two whatever certain time. Okay.
Okay. Yes, if we allow the key, that means if we enable keep alive, so will it lead to any
We don't have to
security
enable
concern?
that is a by default it is enabled. Keep alive is by default enabled as a part of HTTP protocol itself.
Okay. So will it be the time will it be changeable, or otherwise is it fixed?
We cannot change it. That is on a product level. So Apigee, the Apigee operation, the product team, it manage on their level. So we are not supposed or not allowed to change.
Okay, so APG administrators also they are not that means they cannot change it, right? Only the product support they can take.
Yes, only those things.
Okay, fine.
When so that is the reason when we create a virtual host, which is the secure virtual host, okay, which is on HTTPS. So when we create a virtual host which is using HTTPS, for that virtual host we have to always have a key store. In the key store, it will have Apigee will have its Apigee certificate and private key. So that is the reason, because obviously Apigee has to present its certificate to the client every time from the virtual host. Okay, so when you create a secure virtual host, you have to create it, or any virtual host, not just secure, but any virtual host which is going to use HTTPS URL. Then you have to present a key store and a key alias. Okay, uh, so there you are going to store the certificate and the private key. Okay, so that whenever someone tries to authenticate it's any client, you will present the Apigee server certificate to that client. Okay, so a virtual host on the secure or HTTPS protocol will have a key, this key store things, and a virtual host which is on a simple HTTP, they don't have to worry about any such thing. They can simply they don't need to have all this information related to SSL and all. Okay, so they won't have anything. They don't need to worry about key store certificate, because HTTP is unsecure protocol, so you don't have to worry about the certificate and key authentication. Okay? And this is what I was saying. So in HTTP 1.0, this keep alive header was not present. We had to manually set in the HTTP 1.0 protocol, but HTTP 1.0 is not used anymore. Everyone uses HTTP 1.1 or higher. Okay, so by default, as the latest standard, as per the latest supported version of HTTP protocol, this is enabled by default. So all the connections are persistent. So you don't have to set this connection keep alive manual, or you don't have to manipulate that header. Okay, by default, these are set. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, that's so this is like when you want to create a virtual host using Apigee Management API, you can specify all this information. You have to put a key store and trust store there, so that all the clients of Apigee verify, okay, Apigee as a server, and they can think, okay, this is like this is a valid server from a valid certificate from Apigee, and Apigee host name is valid, and it is not a unsecured thing. And when you want to secure call to backend, so as I mentioned, in the backend, the most preferred way is like two-way TLS. But sometime what happens is from Apigee to backend also, we can do this by based on credentials, or then there is we can also do an OAuth from Apigee to server as well. But that's a big. I mean, we try to avoid it as much as possible, to be honest. Okay, and then there is always an IP whitelisting. But right now, IP whitelisting is not the most secure way, because people can spoof the IPs, and IPs also keep changing. If backend is also on the cloud, APC also on cloud, and IP keeps changing for the cloud, and also then there is a bit of problem, because cloud systems, all the IP is not a static one. So from Apigee to target, most likely we always do the two-way TLS. That's the most common way. Okay, and that's the way. So when we are trying to secure the communication from Apigee to backend, we obtain the certificate for Apigee Edge. So we generate the Apigee certificate and key, private key, using some trusted provider. So this thing, trusted certification authority, and that is a big process which can take up to 1 day or 2-3 days, depending on the process. And then once we get the certificate, we provide our certificate, only certificate part. We don't provide our private key. Private key is always on the Apigee Edge. Apigee will never provide the private key to other. Apigee will simply give the certificate part of that this thing. So Apigee will give its certificate and give it to the backend team. Backend team will then store the certificate of Apigee on their trust store, and Apigee will get the backend certificate if needed on the trust store. And Apigee will create a key store. In the key store, Apigee will store its private key, and Apigee will store its certificate. Okay, so the key store is always for Apigee private key and certificate. trustors are always for the whoever is the opposite party or the front in front for which we are going to deal with. So that will be there, and then we can specify all this information on target endpoint as well, and we can also specify this information in the target servers. In the target server also we can specify all this information, and then we can go ahead with our communication.
And this certificate, who will provide this certificate? Apigee itself provide, or otherwise do we need to take it from third party?
We have to usually for an enterprise environment, okay, we don't use Apigee provided certificates because those are like only configured for apigee.com domain. So we want to have our own domain, like your api.vodafone.com, for example. For Vodafone, you want to have api.vodafone.com. So what happens is Vodafone, for Vodafone, there will be one team which will log a request with the some certification authority like VeriSign or something. There are some dedicated certification authorities for internet. Okay, so those trusted certificates, someone from Vodafone organization will request for that. They will verify it is coming from Vodafone. They need to provide a Vodafone email ID, contact number, company registration details, right? Company registration details, everything they will ask for that. Then they will verify, and then they will issue a certificate. So that's how it goes in real life. Okay, be done in one way, or it can be done in 2-3 days, depends on how long it takes.
Yes. That certificate we need to install both in Apigee server and client. That means target system, right?
Target, yeah. So target. So they will provide two things. They will provide a private key and certificate. Okay.
Okay.
So private key we will have it on Apigee. So private key and certificate we put on our Apigee layer in the key store. Okay. And only certificate part we provide to backend. Okay. Private keys are never shared with anyone. So only certificate certificate we will provide to the backend system. Okay, this is our certificate. You put our certificate in your trust store, and you give us your certificate. Your certificate I am going to put in our trust store. Okay.
Our trust store. Great. So here that means if we use enterprise provided certificate, okay, so do we need to delete the existing Apigee certificate?
We don't need to delete. We can create a new virtual host or new this thing key stores.
Okay, fine.
And at the time of API deployment, you always have an option. If you have, it will give you option of multiple virtual hosts, right? Sorry, those hosts. So you don't have to select your default and secure. You can simply select the new virtual host node which you have developed, like api.yourdomain.com. Okay, something like that. So it will deploy there. All right.
Yes, I got it.
So moving ahead, this is the same thing which we discussed right now to configure this. As we have just seen now, transport layer security and everything. Now there is the next thing which we are going to discuss is data masking. Now what happens is even on the Apigee Edge, when the request comes, you can see all the request headers, you can see all the payload things and all, right? So payload parameters and everything. Now, but sometime due to security reasons, we should not be able to see something like credit card numbers or any personal mobile numbers, any personal detail of the user for security and compliance reason. Okay, so in order to implement that, by default Apigee never shows you authorization header, right? As you can see, authorization header always you can see star. Okay, client IDs also sometimes they use it in the star. So all these Apigee automatically enables by default as a star, so you never see them on the Apigee trace. But sometimes obviously for compliance and security requirement, you should not even see some other information like the credit card number and other sensitive data. So in order to enable that, we have to create a mask configuration. So mask configuration will specify these things should never be shown on the trace. Okay, it is only for the trace. So in the trace, especially in production environment, because in non-production environment you are doing testing and all, you can do for your test data. But in production environment, for obvious reason, anyone who is having access to Apigee trace, even if he is doing the troubleshooting, whatever reason, he should not be able to see all this sensitive information which is coming in the request or going back in the response. So in order to hide the sensitive information to be shown from the Apigee trace, we enable a mask config. So mask configurations can be enabled using the management API. So in the management API, you have to make a call and you have to give name of all the parameters, all the fields. Okay, so you can mask values in the XML payload. You can mask values in the JSON payload. you can mask some apg variable names and all. You can mask all these details using mask config. So once you do the mask config, after creating the mask configuration, anyone who is going to use the trace would not be able to see. Mask configs are done on two level. One is on organization level. So if you are doing on the org level, all the proxies and all the environments, okay, in the org will honor that. Okay, so all of them, it will be applied on all the whole org level. Okay, another option is on the proxy level, because you have one proxy which is like for payments. For example, you have one proxy for payments and you don't want anyone to see all the sensitive data in payments. Okay, you have another proxy which is like common, which is like not having any sensitive data and all those stuff, and you don't want to enable this mask configs for that specific proxy. So you can create the mask configs on the proxy level as well. So so in that you have to give the org, then apis, api name, and then mask config. Most likely we do that on the API level, because not all the APIs would have the requirement for mask config. Or another option is the hybrid approach. So some things which will come for all the proxies, it is going to be common for multiple proxies, and you want to hide it. You don't want to do it on API level because people might make mistakes. So what you can do is, for some things which is going to be common across multiple proxies, you can do that on the org level, and some of the things which you want to do only on the specific proxy, you can do on the proxy level as well. So there are management APIs available, you can utilize those. And this is a simple request when you want to make a call to mask config API, management API. So certain things you can specify. So as I mentioned, you can do it for the XML. So there is XPath. So in the XPath you can specify that, and in XPath request, XPath response, JSON path of the request, JSON path of the response. Even in the fault payload, in the fault also, or in the JSON fault also, if there is something wrong in the fault, if you want to block that to be shown from the trace, you can do that from the fault. Okay, so you can specify all this information, and even in the last, if you see there is a variable, so in the variable you can do it from the request header, you can do it from the request form parameter, anything you can do for this thing. So in the Apigee trace, when it shows on the Apigee trace, if you see downwards, your login password, if you see, it is showing as a star, so it will show as a star. So it will not be shown on the trace, it is masked, but the real value is still getting passed. Okay, so that's how you hide sensitive information to be seen on the runtime on the traces, especially on the production environment. Okay,
where did you mention here mask concept? Where did you mention in this code?
So we don't have to mention in the code, we have to make a management API call. So like, for example, in the management API, let me show you.
Okay, there only.
Yeah, so in the management API, you make a call. In the management API, you will can get the mask configs, and then automatically it will be shown. So there is a data mask section, if you can see here.
Okay.
So there is a create a data mask for an API. Using that, it will create a data mask for an API, and in that you can specify all of them for that, whatever things you want. So it is like a one-time activity. You don't have to do it. When you do it using management API, you are done. Then you don't have to worry anything. Automatically it will be applied on your proxy. Okay, you don't have to do anything on the code level and all. You can go ahead with your coding as you do in the normal. All right.
Okay, so for example, if I do the, that means if I call API proxy through masking, okay, so later if I don't want to mask it, okay, so in that case, should I do any changes in code, or otherwise?
There is you can do a delete. There is a delete as well.
Okay, delete data masking.
You want to delete it, you can even create, you can delete. So there are APIs for management API call. So you can use these management APIs to create or delete the mask config. Okay,
fine, thank you.
yeah. And you can also check list of all the mask configs which are there, or you can also check the list of all the masks you have done already. Okay, so you can do that as well. So accordingly, you can manipulate later on based on the business requirement. You can manipulate that.
Yes.
Another option, another thing which we do is like API whitelisting or blacklisting. Okay, so using API whitelisting, sometimes if there is a requirement that you have to whitelist based on certain IPs for the client. This is like for incoming request. From incoming request, you want to allow or deny the request based on the IP.
you can use IP whitelisting. This is not an ideal approach, to be honest. When there is a, as you mentioned, if there is a cloud system which is there, okay, and and in the cloud the IPs are not static. IPs will be sometime dynamic. IPs can change. So we avoid using this thing. But sometimes if there is a requirement from the business that okay, we know that their IPs are they already have like 2 or 3 public IPs, and we know that we want to allow only those or 2 or 3 public IPs, and there will be no change, etc., etc. So based on those business requirement or conditions, then only you allow this IP whitelisting policy. Okay, so that in IP whitelisting you provide the rule like you want to allow or you want to deny, and this thing, if this rule is going to match, then you will deny. So basically if the IP is coming from this 1010 whatever, then you will deny. Everything else is allowed. So based on this you will you are only going to deny this 10.10.10.10. But you can do the opposite. So you only want to allow from a certain IP, so your match rule will be allowed and no match is denied. So when your match rule is allowed, then you only allow certain set of IPs. So that way we can do IP whitelisting or IP blacklisting based on that. But yeah, because IPs can be spoofed as well, so people if there are some hackers and they can spoof the IPs and all, we prefer it not to use only and this is used only when there is a specific requirement from business and they are pretty much sure and they know that this is OAuth and all are sufficient, and obviously you have the TLS verification. So that is the most common approach. IPs are, these are like things of old, but many times in enterprise environment you want to do that, then you have to do it. It is most likely to be used in a scenario when your calling system is either from a partner, okay, so you know that these APIs are only for a certain partner and these are their public IP. It is useful in that. Another use case will be when it is from your own internal system. So you know that okay, some your own internal company application which is going to call, and they have this kind of IPs, and you don't want even your other internal systems to call, then only you do this. So these are the two very specific scenarios when we use that. All right, that is one of the standard gateway use cases, that it has to provide a ability to do rate limiting from the incoming request. Okay, in the traffic management policies, it will allow you to configure cache or control the traffic quota, apply rate limit and all. So you can see this. This rate limiting policy will give you a control on the raw throughput, the total number of requests that you can process on Apigee, and you can also configure your traffic based on each client. So you want certain kind of clients to have like 100 requests per minute, and another set of client you want 500 per minute, so that also you can enforce using these rate limiting policies. And there are multiple rate limiting policies. Each of them have a specific use case, and we will see those use cases, and we will also have a lab sessions for implementing those. And apart from the rate limiting policy, Apigee has a caching policy. Caching policy is to manage the traffic and protect the backend from making bombarded with too many requests. And in a specific use cases, when you know the response is not going to change from the backend, and you want to cache the response for a certain time in Apigee layer, you can do that. So that way you are limiting the number of requests going to backend using the cache policies, and obviously it is done for a performance reason. Okay. So first thing is the spike arrest policy. So spike arrest policy is used to protect your backend from getting hit from the too many requests. Okay, so spike arrest policy is like it will if there is a certain spike in the request, right? There is for a certain duration you are getting like a consistently like 10 requests per minute. Now suddenly for certain duration it becomes 1,000 requests per minute, right? And your backend is not equipped to handle that kind of traffic increase suddenly. So you use a spike arrest policy, so that you know that okay, my backend capability is this many number of requests per minute or per second or whatever, and I have to apply this policy to make sure for the backend request it never increase beyond that limit. So you protect the backend against the certain spike in the traffic in the incoming request. Okay, so this is more of a technical requirement. So spike arrest is like more from a security, and there will be one question in your Apigee developer exam that which policy is used to prevent the DOS attacks, or what is the best for the spike arrest. So there will be question like, if you want to protect your backend for sudden increase in traffic, so spike arrest is the answer. So that will be one question which is a very common for Apigee developer certification exam. So you can make a note of that. So spike arrest is directly related to a DOS attacks. So what happens is the DOS attacks are basically any client or any unauthorized or authorized client. He will try to send too many requests to your application. It will try to bring your server down, so that the actual valid users of your application are also not going to not able to access your APIs. So they try to make too many calls, like brute force attacks. They will bombard your server with lot of requests. Then this and spike arrest policy will prevent against those kind of attacks. Okay. So if you see a spike arrest, automatically everything is logged in your analytics as well, and Apigee has some good monitoring and all. So if you see too much spike and all, then you can take informed decisions. You can block that particular user agent or particular IP, or you can take action against that also you can do that. So this is, so that way you are protecting your system and your backend against the sudden increase in the traffic. Okay. So usually the spike arrest limits are set based on the consultation of the business teams. So and also it is done with the consultation of your backend team. So your backend team of the backend services or backend APIs would let you know, okay, this is the maximum number of traffic or maximum number of requests we can handle. Okay, and accordingly you set your spike arrest limit, and it should be in consultation with business. The business should tell, okay, we are expecting these many calls, and this is the highest limit, this is the lowest limit, so of the calls that we expect, or this is the average traffic and all, and in accordance with all those, you set your spike arrest limits. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And spike arrest does not maintain any time bucket. So because it is like it will go to the rate of the at which the traffic is coming, it will not count like, so it will not have a bucket of 1 minute, in this 1 minute how many requests, or in the next 2 minutes how many requests. It will not do have a time bucket. So that is one of the things. So another question which comes which can come in Apigee certification exam, that which of these policies will have the time bucket of the request or something. Spike arrest will not be that. Usually the quota policy that we are going to see, those quota policies use all the time bucket or get the count on the request. Okay. Spike arrest never does that. So it can come in either way. Which policy doesn't do that? So in that you have to select the spike arrest, and which policy do that, then you have to not select spike arrest. So there may be another question, which is that some very pretty standard and common questions which can come in Apigee certification exam. Okay.
Okay. Means it is number of requests at any point of time, right? So that is hitting.
Yeah.
That is
Spike
maximum
arrest
number
always
of
goes to a unit. Spike arrest always goes to a unit of this thing. So the thing is that you have, like in a spike arrest, if you configure 60 requests in 1 minute, okay, in a spike arrest policy, if you configure 60 requests in 1 minute, the spike arrest will allow only one request in 1 second. It will go to the second level because it will not maintain a counter for the 1 minute. Okay, it will go to a single request level. Single request, how much time? So it will go to in 1 second. If you make the second call, it will fail. That's the property of a spike arrest. Okay.
Okay. So every second it is one request. That means even if you make 2 requests, then it will get failed.
Yeah, quota is just opposite. So if you have 60 requests in 1 minute in quota, it will make sure the 60 requests are coming. Those 60 can come in the 5 second, initial 5 second. So it will allow like second or third request. Even you have all the 60 in 1 minute, 1 second, it will allow. Quota will not break until it reaches the maximum limit. Okay. And this will go to, so that is a difference. And that is why spike arrest is used to protect the backend, this thing. And that is why it is a technical requirement. So if there is any sudden increase in traffic, you prevent it from going to backend. Okay. So you prevent. So in the spike arrest policy, you have to configure these 3 things. One is your identifier. So identifier will be like you can specify user agent, or you can specify a client ID, any kind of identifier based on your business requirement. Identifier is an optional attribute, so we might or might not. We sometimes do it on the whole proxy level, so we don't provide anything on the identifier. Okay. So based on that, the identifier is like a unique identifier for the request. Then you can have the rate. So rate will be like the actual rate that you want to do. So like 60 ps, so you have like ps or pm. So spike arrest is either on the second or minute level. It doesn't go on the too much of that higher this thing. So either you can give 100 ps is like 100 per second, or like 100 pm is like 100 per minute. And as I mentioned, so it goes to the internally it goes to second level. Then what happens, so in the rate you give the actual value, what the rate you want to apply. And then there is a use effective count. So use effective count is basically, as there can be multiple message processor in APG, right? So you can have 3 message processor, you can 5 message processor, it can be distributed, right? So there can be multiple message processor. So spike arrest by default is applied on per message processor level. So it is on a per MP level. Okay. So when you give like one request per second, okay, so effectively it means one request per second in per message processor. Okay. So then what happens is, if you have 5 MPs, okay, so it will allow 5 requests per second for each of the message processor. Okay, because it is not it is done on per message processor level. Now if you want to do it as a combination of all of them, okay, on your proxy level, for example, you want to do including all 5 of them, I should allow only one request. Then you have to use this parameter, use effective count. So use effective count, if the use effective count is true, then it will do the combination of all your requests across all the MPs. Okay, and then it will apply limit on that. All right, but use effective count is possible only when you are defining the limit on the per minute level. Use effective count will not work on the per second level, because it has to maintain a counter which is like on the across the MPs, right? So it has to maintain a centralized counter, and centralized counters cannot be maintained on the per second level. A centralized counter, it will maintain in the minute level. So if you have a PM level rate limit like 600 PM per minute, kind of this thing, or 1000 per minute, then only you. And if you want this 1000 per minute to be up, applied across all the message processor, then you use effective count.
Okay, so here one question. If I use 1000 per minute, then 1000 requests can I use within 10 to 15 seconds, or otherwise
No,
it will divide in another level?
It will go to per second level. So we have 1000 per minute. So in the per second it will divide by 60. So 1000 like divided by 60 whatever in a single second, and also that is like per MP. So in a single MP in 1 second it will allow that much.
Okay, so always it checks in second level only, but we have two options. Either we can mention per second or per minute level.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Now moving on to next one, we will have this spike arrest and all. After this we will have the lab as well. So we'll use spike arrest, quota, everything. We will see how they work. Okay. Next is the quota. So quota is basically done on the business limit. There is a requirement from the business side, then only we implement quota policy. Quota will, as we discussed, so if you want a certain kind of application, so you have like gold membership or you have a bronze membership, and you want certain kind of applications to have like 100 requests per minute, certain to have 500 per minute, you want to have 1000 per minute, so those kind of things, those kind of limits you can apply using quota policy. Okay, and quota policy will make sure that those number of requests are applied. So it will make sure that even if you make all those 100 calls in like 10 second, 15 second, it will allow all of them. Okay, so that's the it has a business limits, and spike arrest is a technical limit. So that is a differentiation between those two. Okay. So this quota policies, the quota policy use bucket of the request. So they will have the bucket. So obviously they will have the 1 minute of kind of, if you have 1 minute, it will give you 1 minute of bucket. In that 1 minute of bucket, it will allow that, and then it will, once the limiter cross, then it will wait for that minute time to expire. So you have expired like your 100 request in 10 seconds. So for next 50 seconds, you cannot make a call anymore. Next 50 seconds, it will, after next 50 seconds, for the next 1 minute, again your limits are refreshed. So then you can make another call, those kind of this thing. Okay, so quota will have its own time limits that you will specify, and based on that it will allow or deny the request. All right.
So quota will make sure that the limit which you have set, that limit has to execute. So in quota, you specify identifier. So identifier is obviously a unique identifier. Usually we give identifier as the client ID because the quotas are applied to certain applications, and applications can be identified using client ID. So in the identifier, we mostly provide the reference to the client ID. Allow is like the number of requests, the 100, 200, 300, whatever the actual numerical value. Time unit, these are multiple options: month, day, week. So quotas can be for a monthly quota, weekly quota, because this is where you based on your business requirement, you allow that. And then internal interval is like you want to do in 1 minute, or you want to do for every 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So for example, you can have quota for 6 months as well, rather than 1 month. You want to apply the quota for 6 months, so you can specify interval as the 6 and time unit as 1. So that quota will be allowed for 6 months. Mostly we provide the interval as 1. The most standard use case will be 1. So in 1 minute you want to allow that many request, or 1 day or 1 hour you want to allow that many request. It will do those things. Okay. So in quota there are more parameters, as you can see. In the quota there are certain value of counters. So quota counter is like when you want to start the counter, how you want to start the counter. So quota counter or calendar. Calendar is like you want your quota to start using to apply on a particular time. Okay, well at 4 p.m. or something like that. The quota counter will start from that particular time. Okay. And then rolling window is like it will be reset based on your interval and time unit. So when you deploy the proxy, from the time your the interval and time unit starts. Okay. And then flexi is like it will start when your first request comes. So you deployed your proxy at 5 p.m, but you are not getting any traffic. After like 1 hour or 2 hour, you got the first traffic, and then your quota counter will start at that time. So these are the three options, three type of counter types. Okay. So based on whatever you specify, we will see in the lab as well. So in the code, automatically it will say. Okay. So if we don't specify calendar, most likely we prefer to use flexi, because we prefer to start counter when we are receiving the first request from our client identifier. So that will satisfy most of the business scenarios. Then quotas can be either distributed, or quotas can be for per message processor as well. So quota, you can apply the quota on per MP level, but that is too risky, because since it is a business limit, you want most likely you would want to make sure that including all the 3 MP or 5 MPs that you have, the quotas are maintained centrally. So it will count the total number of requests on the proxy, not just for per MP. So you can put the distributed as true, so that you will have a centralized counter, and then every time the request comes, the counter is updated. So there is synchronous flag or synchronous tag available, which will do those things. And then because if you do it synchronous, it will have a toll on your performance. So because every time you update your counter, it will take time. So quotas can slow your system. So sometimes what people can do is, you want to update your counter every 10 seconds or 5 seconds. So then you can have a asynchronous configuration where after that particular interval, the counter will be updated centrally. So people can do that, but most likely if you want to strictly apply a business limit, you will prefer the distributed as true, so that your quota limits are applied on particular number of requests across all the MPs, and synchronous should be true, so that obviously whenever every request comes, it applies. So there is a trade-off. So it will have an impact on your performance, but obviously if you want to apply your business limit strictly, you don't want anyone to cross the limit that you have given to that client. You need to put the synchronous as true. So that is the most common use case for these quotas. Okay. But there are options, and but I have never seen or received any requirement of using asynchronous configure and all. So there is a small, so there will be few milliseconds of delay, but these few milliseconds is not really a big thing. So Apigee is quite fast in still maintaining the distributed quota. Apigee is still quite fast. So it just a few milliseconds of delay, but obviously it will not have that much impact. But obviously there is some impact on performance, but not that much, and still you can apply those things. Another one is the concurrent rate limit. So concurrent rate limit is the policy which is quite new in nature,
And to be honest, on the business use case scenario, I have never used at all, or I have never seen anyone using this concurrent rate limit policy. So concurrent rate limit policy will throttle the inbound connection from your APG to the backend. So from it will check how many connections are open. So just some time back, we had this connection thing, right? In the 2 TLS, we had the connection keep alive and all. So how many connections are open? So you want to limit the number of open connections from APG to backend, you can use this concurrent rate limit. But it is very hardly that I have seen this concurrent rate limit. So it will just check the number of open connections between APG to backend. A concurrent rate limit, as it is between APG to backend, this policy is always applied on the target system, on the target XML. It is never on the proxy default.xml. Okay, so on the target file we apply this policy if at all. But to be honest, you have the quota, so the quotas will make sure that every client will have allotted number of requests and they don't cross that limit, so that's why those two are more than enough to satisfy any business requirement. This concurrent limit, it has its own implications, because then it checks the number of requests, number of open connections every time. So this policy has a very big impact on performance, and as compared to other two policies, since because it has performance impact, it is never advised to use that. But if there is a client which is very limited in the number of open requests and all those stuff, then you can use this concurrent rate limit. It will just check the open connections, and if there are more than one more than the specified number of open connections, it will block the request. Okay. But most likely in a normal enterprise scenario, the backend targets are very good, and they can be scaled up to handle like thousands of requests per second and all. So this in the real scenario, this policy is never used at all. But APG has it just in case someone asks you to use this thing. So, but in APG itself, it is never recommended, and it comes with a warning. It comes with a warning that it has. So today we'll understand JSON, XML, SOAP, and the other policies which deals with them. Okay. So before that, one very important thing. So whenever, because in post call and put call, right? So when there is a post and put call, there is usually content sent by the consumer, right? At that time, it is mandatory that they have defined correct value for the content type header. Okay, so there are some standard values for content type. So for example, if it is JSON content, they have to set application/JSON, that is for JSON. For XML, there are multiple content types. So there are application XML, text XML, application/custom type plus XML, or application/XML plus custom type. All these things are for um, parsing. Okay, so this thing. Now it is important that this content type header is set up correctly. Otherwise, if you are using APG policies, so if the content type header is not set up correctly, then sometime those policies might skip. Those policies might not
Well,
work.
Manish, one thing I understand. I mean, the header, body, and all, but that's kind of what do you say? The payload. What do you
Correct.
say? It's a format, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You have header, then body. Also, can you just tell me about that once later on, probably?
Sure, sure. So in the request, what happens? So you have header that is usually it is
Uh-huh.
not set. That is more information about the user.
Uh-huh. Okay. You have any sample which you can show so that I can?
We will do the next lab and we will do this thing. So we have
Okay. Okay. All right.
different tabs. We will check that only. So there will be some payload examples for body and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
We
Yeah.
will have
I
that.
just wanted
Yeah.
to know what is header, what is body, and what all covers in header, what all covers in body, and all like that.
Yeah, yeah. So in the Postman, anyways, header you already know, right? We are using this this header. Uh, we were using this header, right? API key header, right? That is there, right?
Uh-huh.
And
Correct. Correct.
then last lab we did one. We already did one patch call, right? In the last header when we did the patch for the overall rating. At the time we saw,
Mm-hmm.
right? We
Yeah. Yeah.
set up the body of JSON body, so one sample JSON body, only one field. and that was sent.
Mm-hmm.
We will have more examples in the subsequent this thing. So this next 2 3 will be more about having payloads and everything, different kind of payloads.
Okay, okay, okay. All right.
We'll see that. So now next is so many of the times, and this is one of the USPs of APG, that you see old systems, okay, mainly they were SOAP, okay, and all the legacy systems on the big enterprise, there are SOAP systems. Now APG says you don't have to create a completely new REST endpoint. What we can do is we can do the conversion. So SOAP was XML based. So in APG says we can convert from JSON to XML and vice versa, both XML to JSON, JSON to XML. Okay, so that
Mm-hmm.
APG can do. And APG has the policies for that. Now, however, it is not a straightforward conversion. There are a lot of parameters, lot of options, lot of fields you have to define. Okay. So some differences between XML and JSON, some very common ones. So for example, XML will always have a root element, a top level element.
Mm-hmm.
JSON will have a top level this, you know, object.
Okay,
JSON
okay,
object inside that you can have it. You don't have a top level field in JSON. Okay.
okay,
JSON
okay.
supports multiple data types. XML by default and everything is string. In XML, everything is string by default. Okay. JSON supports multiple
Mm-hmm.
data types. So you have number, you have string type, you have boolean type, and all those stuff. Okay. All these types are there.
Mm.
XML has namespaces and attributes. JSON doesn't have those. So they have namespace thing and all those stuff. Okay. JSON is like you have key value, key value, key value, that kind of thing. Okay. XML you have namespace and all those stuff, attributes and all are there. Okay.
Okay.
So here is one example. So this policy JSON to XML. So this is input will be JSON, output will be XML, right?
XML. Mm.
So here, what are things you define? You define the source. Source is usually either request or response, depend on wherever you are applying the policy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then output variable, usually if you want to modify the request payload itself, right? So if incoming request you want to modify from JSON to XML, then you can define the output also in the request. So that request will be modified after successful conversion. Request will be modified to the XML. Okay, so you can put that.
Okay.
Thing is that APG. So if you know that output variable is same as source, if both of them are same, then what APG will do is APG will automatically change the content type, okay, from application XML to application JSON to application XML, that you don't have to change manually. Okay, APG itself will change. Okay.
Mm.
Apart from that, there are all the options. So you have to define things like namespace block name. Okay, what will be the namespace block name? What will be the default namespace node name? So in the incoming, what is the default name, namespace node name? What is the namespace separator? What is attribute block name? What is attribute prefix? Object root element name. So like array root element. So if something is coming in array, you are converting to XML array, what will be the root element for that array, like this. Okay. And array
Okay.
item element name. So when you are converting array, you have to give the item name, right? So array will not be like this. So what will be the array item? What will the name of the element for array item? What will be the text node name? Okay. What is the null value? Okay. So whatever comes, what you will treat as a null value. Okay. So and you can define invalid char replacement. So if some invalid character comes in JSON, that is, I mean JSON, that is a, so if any character that comes that is valid in JSON, right? It is a valid character in JSON, but XML doesn't support that character.
Mm.
So how to replace? So you can say underscore. So whenever there is invalid character comes, you convert into underscore. Okay, like this. So all these
Okay.
options you have to define when you are converting from JSON to XML. Okay. So all these things. So then reverse. Now this is the reverse. So input is XML, output is JSON. Okay. So input
Mm. Mm.
XML to JSON policy. So here the same thing also. So if your source and output is same, the both the variables are same, then APG will automatically change the content type header. So that also you don't have to worry. Okay. Now
Okay.
when we are converting from XML to JSON, so there are some other options that you have to give. So for example, some options are like this one. So you have to define, say, recognize number, true or false, because XML, as I told, XML everything is a string, correct? So
Mm.
if the new value comes, do you treat when you are converting to JSON, do you treat as a number or you treat as a string, correct? So you have to
Mm.
set new recognize number as true, means any numeric value APG will in JSON it will go as a number. It will not go as a string. Okay. Same for other types. So recognize number, you can define true, false. Recognize boolean, you can set true or false. Recognize null, you will do true or false. What will be treated as a null value. Okay. And then a namespace block name, you can define namespace node name, because XML will have namespace and all those stuff, right? So when you're converting namespace to JSON, what will go in the namespace block name and all those stuff. And then default namespace node name, namespace separator, text always as a property, text node name, attribute block name, attribute prefix, out and output also the final in the final JSON. Do you want to have a top level field or in JSON field or not? So for example, you can have output prefix. You can set this as output prefix and output suffix. So you have top level JSON fields if you want, and then strip level. So till where you go on to go to and strip. Do you want to convert whole XML, or you want to skip top level? You want to go to a bottom level XML, and then that only you want to convert like this. Okay.
Okay.
And treat an array, so you can define the X paths in this XML path and all the stuff. Whatever comes, that will as an array. So because sometimes array might only have one field, correct? So if array has only one value, then APG will treat as a JSON object and not as an array. So if you are defined to treat always as an array, so even if there is one field, it will go in the JSON array, okay, not as a single object. Okay, so that you can do. So all these things you can define. These are all the options which are there. Obviously, if you work on the policy, you will get to know there are a lot of examples on APG documentation. You don't have to remember all the field names and everything. Okay, so all these examples are there. So here are some examples. For example, so we just saw XML to JSON. Correct? So XML to JSON. Some examples. For example, strip level 4 here. Strip level 4. So for example, if in the SOAP body, in the SOAP, if the response is or request is in the SOAP, okay. So in the SOAP, the problem is there. There will be a lot of unnecessary tags. So for example, you have SOAP envelope tag, then you have SOAP body, then you get whether it response. When you are converting XML to JSON, you don't really need all the top level tags, right? You only want to convert into symbol format, only the last one, because this is the more important state, city, weather, correct? That is what you want. So for example, you can give strip level 4. So it will go to, this is the level 1, correct? This is level number 2. This is level number 3. This is level number 4. So it will go inside this and then it will convert, okay, from XML to JSON. So that's why you will see this. This is a straightforward JSON, correct? You don't have to go through the top level thing unnecessary. You don't need to process unnecessary tags, correct? So that is a benefit using this strip level 4. So it will go inside that level and it will convert into JSON, okay?
Okay.
Then recognize number true, recognize boolean true. So if you give div as a true, then for example here in this example, say b equal to 100, c equal to true, so it will convert into this JSON. If both of them are not set as true, if both of them are false, then APG will convert into string like this. B 100 as a string, true as a string, okay, and not as a boolean, okay. So all these things, and then again here treat as an array. So here in the treat array we have given this like student name, okay. So what, even if the student name is only one field, student name is only one, APG will treat this as a array. So you can see student will be array and Sally will be the element inside that, okay, like this, okay. So that way you can define like how you want to, all these options will help. Otherwise, if you don't give treat as an array, then what will happen is APG will convert in a single value. APG will treat student name equal to Sally like this, okay. So if you have given treat as an array, so it will treat as an array always, even if the single value, APG will know, okay, this is an array but with is having a single value, okay. So that way you can define all these things, all these options, okay.
Okay.
There is another policy, XSL transformation policy. I have not used in a project. You might also never need this, because this is like if you are converting from one kind of XML to another kind of XML, okay. So one kind of XML to another kind, or one kind of XML to another kind of HTML also, HTML or XML, whatever, okay. So but for this you need to be very good with the XSL transformation language, okay. And not many people know. Even I've studied in my college, I have even forgotten what exactly is SSLT and all those stuff, okay. So that's why if you are a very big expert of XML, you know XSLT and everything, and then you want to apply, then you can do this. But normal people obviously will not. So this is one example. This is a you have access XML style sheet. You want to apply that style sheet to some input this XML, and this is the output you will get like this. Okay, so this is one example. As I said, you might never need the policy. Then APG also has a SOAP to REST wizard. What it will do is it will scan a WSDL file if the backend is SOAP and the backend team has given you the WSDL of the backend, and your requirement is to convert a or sorry expose a REST endpoint for the SOAP, right? So backend is SOAP, you have to expose REST. That is very common use case of APG, right? So what you do is you can you give the link of this WSDL file in the, and APG has this SOAP to REST wizard, so it will parse the all the SOAP operations, whatever the SOAP operations are given, and it will create a REST endpoint for those, and automatically it will use few of the policies, few of the standard policies like a template policies it will automatically apply. So it will create a basic skeleton of the proxy for you with all the REST endpoint for the SOAP backend operations, and then obviously you have to apply your other policies on top of it. So
Okay.
then you need to obviously add policy, add cleanup and all those stuff. So now we will next will be the lab, so where we are going to convert from so we right now getting a always we are getting JSON output, correct, in Apigee. We will see and we will convert that JSON to XML, okay, based on the accepted
Okay.
value. Okay, then this is like a supplemental lab, so you can do on your own time, try to do this.
Okay. Okay.
And then so and but before that, there's an example. These are JSON to XML. So when the input is JSON, okay, input is JSON, and you want to convert JSON to XML, then how these options work. So for example, here you are given namespace block name as hash namespaces. So in the input here, for example, input JSON, this is the input JSON, hash namespaces is there, correct? So APG will treat this as a name block name, and it will go to like this population XML namespace, and this is the default one. Default one will be XML NS equal to this, and then XML NS is like yeah, XML namespace like this, okay. And then the second is EXP. So XML NS EXP equal to this. So it will go in the namespace section like this, okay, as an XML NS. This is the namespace how you define in NS, okay. Other things will go as a normal XML tag. So person and EXP person will go in the normal tag, okay, like this. So this is how it will treat. And then again you have attribute block name as hash address. So what Apigee will do is, if in the input JSON, if hash address field comes, if hash address comes, okay, and inside that whatever is there, it will go as a attribute. So Apigee will treat them as a attribute. So person first name and last name will go as an attribute here, okay, of XML, okay, and job will go as a normal element like this, okay. So then Apigee will treat them as attribute. Or apart from address, there is another option. Either you can send them inside the address field, or you can set as a at the rate. So attribute picking. So any element, any field which has at the rate. For example, here at the rate first name comes like. So Apigee will treat anything with at the rate will go as a uh, attribute. Okay, so at the rate first name, at the rate last name, this will be the attribute. Job will be the normal element like this. Okay, so that is either you can define the attribute block name, or you can define attribute prefix. Either of them is fine. Okay, you don't have to use both of them. Either of them is fine. And then invalid char replacement, as I said, so there are some fields which are not supported in XML. So for example, at the rate is a valid in JSON support at the rate, but XML doesn't support at the rate. Same, there is ampersand. Ampersand is allowed in JSON, but ampersand is not allowed in XML. So if you want to replace invalid char, you can define. So you want to replace invalid char with underscore. So that's why first name like this will come, and it will convert into first underscore name like this. Okay. So that's why whenever there is a invalid character come, Apigee will replace it with the underscore. Okay. So that's yeah, that's how you can define.
Okay.
So yeah, but yeah, whenever there is a requirement, you can go through the Apigee documentation for both of these, and you can use it. There are some ready-made examples given already, so you don't have to worry.
Okay.
So yeah, let's do this lab. We can do this lab also. Lab number 7. Uh, log into Apigee, please.
Okay.
And open this lab number. I think lab number 07, right? We already had this thing.
07. Okay. I'm just logging into Apigee. 1 minute.
Yeah, first log, then in the lab. We have to open lab number. Yeah, last was 06. This is lab 07 XML.
This is manishsingh.architect@gmail.com, right? And
Last time
password
was
is
open.
yeah,
No,
that's what I.
no. I think you were using the old one. Use the new one. I had given you the other one. I am Manish for your gmail.com. That one.
Yeah. I Manish for you at gmail.com, right?
Yeah, correct. That was the credential I had given you.
That is the email ID, right?
Correct.
How come I?
Last time we had done this using this email ID.
Yeah. Last time I don't know why I'm not able to.
You are using the correct
See.
password, right? Welcome at the rate 246, right?
Can you just type it once? Okay, on revision 7 now.
Yeah. So what we are going to do is we are going to add XML support. See, all our responses that we make, right? All the responses that we provide, they are all JSON responses as of now, right? All the API responses. What we are going to do is, so if the customer, okay, or the consumer, if the consumer set the value of accept header, so accept header is the header which is used to tell the server what kind of uh, format is supported in the response. So what kind of format I want in the response, that is what. Okay, so that is what is usually set by the consumer. So the consumer usually sets the accept header in the request. Okay, that will tell. So content type header will tell what kind of content I am sending. Accept header is will tell what kind of response I will accept. Okay, which format of
Okay.
response I will accept. Okay, like this. So sometime if the server support the accept header value properly, so they can support like JSON and XML both, because by default they will always provide JSON. But if on APG we are going to add the XML support, so this means if the consumer provides us accept header value with application XML, then we will provide the XML. Okay, rather than JSON, we
Okay.
can provide the XML in the response. Okay, and we can simply do a normal XML creation. Okay, we don't have to do anything fancy. APG already has the policy. We'll just use the default fields and give you the XML response. Okay.
Okay.
So here, if you see the lab, in the lab, what it says is here, go to the okay. Here you can see in the post flow we will add. So far we have added all the policies in the request. Now this is we are going to put in the response. But yeah, select post flow here. So post flow I'm selecting because this is executed at the last, correct? So this is executed at the last after everything is done, kind of this thing. So in the click on post flow. So click on post flow here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then make sure here post flow is selected, right? You can see post flow. Just it is below the delete. You have the delete, correct? Just below the delete you have post flow.
Yeah.
So
Selected.
yeah. Now if you scroll down here, you see that this is a request. So if you want to attach a policy in the request, this is a request. But just scroll down here, you will see the response, right? This is the response
Yeah.
section. We will attach policy in the response section. Okay. Okay. So now here we will create attach the policy. That policy will be to convert JSON to XML, correct? Because response by default is always JSON. So if JSON to XML, okay, you will attach the policy. So here, go to lab here. Go to lab here. You can find the name J2X convert, that is the name. Let me ping in the chat also in plus step. So we are in the response. In the response, click on the plus step. Go to section number 3 here. Scroll down section number 3. Section number 3, mediation. Go down, mediation. Mediation, first policy in mediation. Okay, first policy in mediation. That is what we want. So JSON to XML.
Okay.
So click on this JSON to XML. As you can see, JSON to XML. So obviously we will get JSON from the response and we have to convert. So J2X. So JSON to XML. Click on that name and then replace the display name as we always do. Replace it with our meaningful name, J2X converter. So we are converting from JSON to XML, right? So that's what. And then click on add here. Okay, so click on add. So we will use the default values. We will not make any change here in the XML. Whatever default options are there, we will use it. Okay.
Okay.
Now here you see there is a small tab here, right? So this is the tab of the policy. This is the XML policy XML, correct? This is the XML of the policy. Below that there is another tab, default endpoint, correct? Endpoint default. So this is the tab of the proxy endpoint. So click on this default endpoint. Okay. Now you see line number 87. In the line number 87 there is a step tag, correct? So this step tag means this is a policy, right? This is the XML representation of policy. Now what we are doing is here inside the step tag, because this JSON to XML policy, this JSON to XML policy will be conditional, because we are not going to always convert, correct? We will only convert the request header, the accept header in the request has the value application XML. Okay, only if it is this value, then only we will convert from JSON to XML. By default, we will always send JSON. Okay, then we will ignore any other value. We will ignore. Okay, like this. Okay. So that's why. So what we'll do is we'll put a condition tag. So the condition tag is here. Let me scroll down. There is a condition tag. So only I'm copying this one line. Yeah, this condition tag. So this condition tag you can also copy from this. As you can see, this screenshot you can get from there. And after line number 87, because this condition will be inside the policy, correct? This is the policy level condition. So inside the step tag, press enter and then press this paste the condition. So after line number 87, press enter and paste it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see here request.header.accept equal to application XML. So only if the accept header value in the request will be application XML, then only we will apply this policy. Otherwise, this policy will be skipped. Okay.
Okay.
So now click on save here. Now we will save this and we will deploy. So we will deploy this in the dev environment. Let's deploy it to the dev. So let me know once it is deployed.
Yeah, deployed.
It is deployed. So now click on trace here. Let's click on trace. So when you click on trace, you can see this there. Make sure this automatically compare selected phase is unchecked. Automatically compare is unchecked. Okay. So now click on start the trace. Okay. And in the Postman, open Postman. And in the Postman, go to that categories API. There will be a categories API already there, right? So let me go to the tab here. So there will be Postman for categories. Yeah, so you see this categories call, open that one. Let me know once you open this categories in Postman.
Yeah, opened.
Then click on send. So first you will get normal JSON, right? We will just making sure we are getting this JSON, correct? This is JSON categories, all the color, ID, name, whatever you see in the JSON.
Yeah, correct.
Now what we'll do is below this URL you see headers here. Okay. Below the URL headers, click on headers and type accept in the header below the API key. So you have API key in the header, correct? So below the API key, go in the header, type accept, A capital. Anyways, the case of the header name doesn't matter, but better as this thing, accept. Usually, so only accept, don't select anything, only accept. Okay, only accept. No cancel whatever, nothing, only accept. The header is accept. Okay, that is the name. and then in the value, go to the right side, the value will be application slash xml. Okay, application slash xml, that is the value, that is a full value. So you don't have to select anything. There will be options xml ddd whatever, don't select ddd and all the stuff, only xml, application xml. Okay, so let me ping in the chat
Okay.
also. So
Yeah, done.
application slash xml. Okay, now go to that postman. Now go to the postman and click on send button. So now you can see you are getting xml, right? You have told it okay. Now you see item, right?
Yes.
Because this, right? So that's why. So now we are getting xml. Now you see, if I show you in the trace, in first number, in the request number one, here you can see in the second row, this policy was skipped, correct? This policy was skipped. You can see when a policy is skipped, there is a black color icon. There is a black color icon, means this policy was skipped. Okay, this policy did not
Okay.
happen. Okay, so if there is a black color icon, you say this means this policy was skipped. Okay, you can see status is
Okay.
skipped. When you say in the take the cursor, you see status is skipped. Okay,
Okay.
so this policy was skipped, so that's why nothing happened. You see whatever JSON, it will JSON. Click on number 2 here. Click on number 2. Now you can see there is no skip condition, right? This policy was not skipped. Now click on this policy. If you click on this policy, you can see here. Now below that you see XML, right? Because this policy was applied. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why. So because this is at the condition, right? So it will evaluate the condition that you can see, right? There is expression also. There is expression, and expression result equal to true. You see this in that thing. This is a, okay. In this expression, this is the expression that is condition, and expression result equal to true means condition was true. Okay. So with the condition was true, policy applied and converted to XML. Okay. So that's why. Okay, now again, let's go to Postman. Uncheck this header. On the left side, there is a checkbox, correct? On the header, there is a checkbox. Uncheck this accept header, means Apigee will not send, sorry, Postman will not set this header. So uncheck it, means this is not going to be sent. Now click on, then again, you will start getting JSON, no? Right? So you get the JSON. So that's why. So that completes our lab number 7. So what we did was we converted JSON to XML based on the accept header value. Okay.
Got it.
So
Yes.
So I think that's it for today. Tomorrow we'll resume with the next topic on the chapter number 6.
Okay. Okay.
And
All right.
prior to 70% of the syllabus tomorrow itself, we will see mediation, service call out, and custom coding and all those stuff. Okay, that will be the custom coding and mediation. These are some important things. So that we will check tomorrow, and then we'll see if we can do the lab also. That will, but yeah, that will be like almost 70% of the syllabus will be done. Okay.
Okay.
Then just to do a quick recap. So basically, in Apigee, when the fault occurs, Apigee will, the control will break. Control will try to look for the fault rule section. Fault rule section is the one where we attach. Usually in fault rule we attach assign message policy. In those policies we will set the fault response payload where we have more meaningful error message. Okay, status code and everything, and any other header whatever we have to set, we will set it. Okay, and then it will provide that response to consumer.
Okay.
And if the fault handling section is not there and fault occurs, Apigee will provide you the default fault, whatever Apigee has the default message and all those stuff. Apigee will provide that. Okay, so Apigee send that. So it will be Apigee whatever its own fault structure. Apigee has its own fault structure, whatever that will be sent to consumer. Okay.
Okay.
Now, so in the fault rules, Apigee in Apigee we can have multiple fault rules. Usually in fault rule we will have condition. Okay, so in the condition, so if the fault comes, Apigee will check for certain condition. Okay, if on and whichever condition matches, Apigee will execute that fault rule. Now in the condition, Apigee, when the fault occurs, right? When the fault occurs, in Apigee there is a variable called fault.name. That variable will be automatically set. Okay, so in is any kind of error comes, so fault.name will be automatically set. And what we can do is we can put that fault.name in conditions. So for example, if fault.name source unavailable, fault.name failed to resolve API key, or invalid access token, or whatever, right? So there is some predefined values for different kind of errors. Okay, so we can put it there. and APG will then execute the fault rule one by one. Now in APG, remember that in APG, everywhere when you have APG logic, route, rule, flow, whatever, it is executed top to down. Okay, from top to down it will execute. But fault rule is the only section, and that too in the proxy endpoint. Remember, in the proxy endpoint, if we have fault rule will be executed from bottom to up. So whichever fault rule is in the bottom, it will be executed first, and other will be top. So that is the only section in APG that is executed from bottom to up. That is for, I don't know why it is this thing, but it is the only section. In the target endpoint, if you have fault rule, that will be top to down only. Okay, in the target endpoint, if you have fault rule, that is top to down. But in proxy endpoint, if you have multiple fault rule, it will from bottom to up.
1 minute. Target endpoint means that is the SOR point, right? And what is
The target endpoint, right? Then the proxy endpoint target endpoint section we have, right?
I'm just trying to recollect target endpoint and proxy endpoint. What's the difference? I'm just
No, proxy endpoint is where you define the APG specific thing, right? Your proxy base path and all those stuff, right? And target is you have backend target and all those stuff, right? You have two sections in the APG, as you can see, two sections. This is a proxy endpoint, right? And this is the target
proxy.
endpoint, pre-flow and everything, right?
Got. Yeah.
So that's
Remembered.
section. So you can put
Yes,
a fault rule here also in this section also, and in the target endpoint section also, where we have target connection, all those things are different. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so that's why. So in target endpoint, if you have fault rules, multiple fault rule with condition, it will top to down, but in proxy
but
endpoint,
in
it will
proxy
bottom to
endpoint
up.
is bottom to up. Okay.
Bottom to up. Okay, in the fault rule section.
Okay.
So that's what. Okay, so this thing. Okay, so here, so when you are defining that conditions, first make sure those conditions are not overlapping, right? Those are exclusive. So condition one and condition two, and if there is a condition which overlap, or this condition have where can be true for multiple scenarios, so make sure more restrictive conditions or more specific conditions in the bottom, and more open kind of conditions is in the top, right there. Okay, so that if you want to throw this kind of error in get of this, then all this, okay, like this. Okay, now so this thing, now in APG there is a section called default fault rule. Okay, so the default fault rule, in the default fault rule is a section. Okay, so if if by default none of the fault rules are executing, okay, if none of the fault rule match, okay, then if you can define default fault rule. So default fault rule is executed when none of the fault rules are matching. Okay, so like this. Now in default fault rule there is a field or there is a flag called always enforce. Okay, so you can set this as a true. So if you set always enforce as true, then what happens is even if one of the fault rules are executed, after that fault rule, APG will execute the default fault rule section. Okay, that can happen. So what usually we do is, as a best practice, as a or standard, what you do is in the fault rule you will define in the fault rule what you do, the last fault rule, right? The last fault rule which is in the top, right? Because the bottom to up, the fault rule which is in the top, that fault rule will not have any condition. So that is like a catch-all. So if none of the fault rule are matching, you will set some whatever 500 status message with internal server error, whatever, right? So that you can define. After that, if you want to prepare error log, right, for logging purpose, you want to set some log error, whatever logging, right, error logging, or if you want to set any error header, right, some header for the error logging, or if you want to put any custom data in analytics, some error data, if you want to put some custom data in analytics, right, error ID, whatever, something in analytics, those kind of common error policies, you can put it in the default fault rule, so that error message will be set in some other fault rule. Okay, it can be that specific one or the last one where there is no condition, so it is last one, so generic error message, and then any other sometimes you have to set some header or some kind of analytics or some logging payload preparation, whatever, right? So that thing you can do it in the default fault rule session. Okay, so that you can do. So that's what usually we do. Okay, and we set always enforces true. So this is the standard practice. Okay, now so we checked about fault rules, what are the fault rules, how to how are they executed, everything. Now the next question, how are this initiated, right? How a fault rule it gets initiated, right? So when a policy fails, okay, so in every policy there is a field called continue on error. By default this is always false. So every policy there is a attribute called continue on error, okay. By default it is always false, okay. Every policy it is there. So when the policy fails and this always continue on error is false, okay, then obviously APG will go to fault rule. APG will initiate a fault. Second is like in the JavaScript code also, the custom JavaScript code, okay, right? A custom JavaScript, any error comes, any, for example, you are JSON.parse, right? You are doing JSON.parse, that is not a proper JSON or something, right? Or some any kind of unhandled exception on JavaScript code or Java code, whatever, right? In the custom code, if any unhandled exception comes, that also, okay. And so that is there. So those kind of scenarios. So policy fail, basically any kind of policy failure. First, policy fail. Second is in the target when you get a non-success response code. So in the target is giving you 4xx or 5xx, okay, because 1xx anyway doesn't go, 2xx and 3xx are treated as a success scenario, okay. In by APG by default 200 to 300, okay, 200s and 300s are in success scenario. So 400s or 500 comes in the this thing. Sorry. Now so 200 300 by default is success. Now if you on certain condition, if you want to treat say one of the 4xx or 5xx also in the success, for example you want to treat 401 as a success, or say 404 as success, 403 as success, whatever you want to treat them as a success, okay, then you can define this in the property called success code. In that case, if even if that status code comes from backend, APG will APG will what you say, APG will this thing not go to fault rule section, okay. APG will execute the normal response policies, okay. APG will execute the normal response policy and not to go to the fault rule section, okay. And then there is another way, which is the raise fault policy. So raise fault policy you can use here, and usually sorry, give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this arrays for policy usually is used to manually throw error. If you want to throw error, okay, on certain condition. So in this condition, so here in the example, as you can see, if query param dot let is not equal to null, query param dot long not equal to whatever, right? So in this query param are not null something, okay. If these query parameters are null or something, then you can manually throw error. So you can use a raise fault policy, okay. So now raise fault policy is the policy, as I said, you can manually throw error. Now in the raise fault policy, there is one special thing is that in the raise fault policy itself, okay, you can set the error payload. The fault response section, there is a fault response section. You can set the error payload, you can set the headers or status code, whatever you can set in the raise fault policy itself, okay. So usually for the raise fault policy, if you are using a raise fault policy, we don't write a fault rule for that, because in the raise fault policy itself you can set the error payload and error content and header whatever, right? So that's why APG code will still go to fault rule. So APG code will go to fault rule. However, we do not provide any fault handling section for this raise fault, because the raise fault is automatically setting the same thing that you want in the fault rule, correct? You don't need to use any separate assign message or other thing, okay.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't use it. So raise fault policy is the third way to handle this thing. Now, usually what we do in APG, we right now in our API, right? In API, after the base path, right? After the base path, if someone gives another any wrong path, even if anyone gives a wrong path, okay, then what happens in APG? We will not stop it. So we have defined the flows, right? We have get categories and everything. All the flows are there. But the thing is that if someone gives a wrong path after the base path, so after your retail v1 whatever, someone gives you a wrong thing, Apg by default will not block it. Apg by default will
Okay.
still allow it to go it to backend. Now if the backend has handled, backend provides you a 404 error, right? Backend provides you 404, then you will forward to consumer. However, we don't want to do that. We don't want any consumer if that flow is not defined, right? If the flow is
Hmm.
not defined by us, then we don't want the control to go to the backend, right? Because that will
Hmm.
not the best way, right? It can be
Hmm.
problem, right?
Hmm.
Because backend, sorry, so backend can be exposed, or someone trying to hack any endpoint which is not meant for that consumption, right? Something like that, right? So that's
Hmm.
why what we do is, at the end of all the condition flows, at the end of once all the conditional flows are added, right, at the bottom of that we add another flow which will not have any condition. So all the flow have a condition, correct? The path suffix, this verb is this, like some all the
Hmm.
flows will have a
Hmm.
condition. But then last flow, we'll add one last flow. In that flow we do not put any condition, because that is like if none of them are matching, in that last flow we just simply add a raise fault policy. That raise fault policy will throw a 404 status code, right? 404 not found, okay, like this, okay.
Hmm.
So that we will know this, if none of them are matching, then we throw 404 resource not found. So client will so we are protecting our backend. So if it is not exposed by Apg, we will not let it go, right? So that's why, okay. So that is like a 404 pattern. So like last flow we have 404, it will not have any condition, because if none of them are matching anyways, that is the bottom, it will execute in the last. So if none of them are matching, you give 404, okay.
Yeah.
So in that lab we will do all
Hmm.
three kind of, we will do error
Okay.
writing, we'll do validate input, and then we'll also clear 404, all kind of things we will do in this lab, okay. So lab
Okay.
number 2 will do all these things, okay. So
Okay.
anyways, first let's do lab number 9, right? Yeah, let me close all this. So let's do lab number 9 first.
1 minute. Let me log in.
Mhm. You can also log into Apg and open
Yeah.
your lab number 9.
Lab 9 shared flows. Okay. Okay. Done. Open. So you said first shared flows. What we'll do is we will take the KVM policy and apply it to. Uh, so for shared flow, how do we first create a shared flow?
Correct. So we will see that. So first we will get a
We'll
share
see that.
flow.
Okay.
So here for share flow, whatever two policies we added, right? We had one
Hmm.
policy to read from KVM, other policy was to
Hmm.
set the basic auth, right? Those two policies we did.
Yes.
So
Yes.
now go to on the left side in the develop, there is a share flows. Okay. So go to develop share flows.
Yes.
Let me delete these share flows ones. So here now, as you can see, there is no trace and all those stuff, right? There is
Hmm.
no, all those trace and all, because obviously you cannot
Yeah.
call it, because you cannot call it. There is no trace here. Okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now go to develop here. In develop, you can see there is not much section, right? Because it is only
Hmm.
set of policies, right? So you just add set of
Hmm.
policy one after other. So here you just add first policy. So if you remember, our first policy was read from KVM. So there was KVM hyphen get credentials, right? So this KVM I do plus step. In the plus step, key value map will be section number 3, section 3 mediation. It is the last policy of section number 3. Right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Key value map. Click on that and replace the display name.
Okay. Done.
Okay, so that replace the display name. So after that, again we have to replace this KVM, because obviously this is having a lot of data which we don't want, and all the initial entries put whatever we don't put. We only need to get operation. One was backend ID and password, correct? We had the backend ID and the password. So here copy. Let me copy this XML, key value operation XML. So Let me first copy that. Okay, and then so given the KVM XML, so replace the XML first.
Okay. Save. Should I save it?
Not now. We have to just make in the line number 1. If you scroll right, line number 1, in the map identifier you see map identifier, right?
Yes.
So in the map identifier, just add you have to add your training ID, that because with KVM names we added our, when we get key value maps, we added our training ID. So you have to add your training ID in the map identifier. Okay.
Okay.
So let me know once you are ready.
Yeah, done. Now save.
Just one. So we have to add the second policy also. If you want to save, you
Okay.
can save it in between. If you want, you can just save it. Anyways.
Save as new revision only, no?
Sorry.
It's
Yeah,
coming
no,
save as new revision.
no, it is. You can just save it. I think it is division first. We are not doing anything. You just only map identifier you added, correct? Map identifier.
Yeah, yeah.
Just save that only. The save button will be there. Just,
yeah, once I click on save, it is coming. You have deleted or renamed an item. This change and all other changes to the current revision will be saved as a new revision.
did you add the correct place? What? Can you share your screen, please?
Okay, able to see my screen?
Yeah, I can see. KVM.
Okay.
Get no. I think you did not add this policy. KVM name. Go to default. Click on the. There is a tab. There is a small tab on the left side. Can you click on the small tab on the XML? On the XML, in the XML there is a small tab. Yeah, click on that. Click on this tab, second tab. I think
Policy.
you. That's why you did not click on the left side. Click on default. On the right side there is a default. Shared flows default on the left
Yeah,
left panel. Left
Acha,
panel.
left. Okay, okay.
KVM get credential. It is get credentials or get credentials. It was S. I think you did not copy correctly. Did you copy from history?
Yeah, I copied from the chat only.
No, I think you did not copy correctly. You can see I have credentials and you only had credential.
KVM get credentials.
Yeah, here you can see the name. You can see the name is line number 4. Name is get credential, not get credentials.